McCanna.
This is day one of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day one indeed, can you believe it? It is May the 5th, Monday, May the 5th, down at the sunny West End car park, now named as the Parc Fermé. Nevis Radio, your only exclusive broadcaster, here all week, right through until the Saturday. My co-host is not arrived yet, can you believe that? It's day one.
That's not how we start this.
I'm sitting here, I'm on a wall. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous start, I must be honest. It is sunny, it's bright, it's quiet at the moment, there's a bit of a lull, and it's great to be with you.
It is.
As for the co-host, no idea.
He was eating his breakfast last time I seen you posted on the internet, so he can't be far away. He's had his breakfast.
But we are down here. The first rider away at 7:30. They're getting ready now. The officials are getting all up on the start ramp, and the first riders are being, I suppose, they don't do fettling today, really. Just come in, get sorted out, and they go off fairly quickly. But there's 288 riders starting. And say if Robbie turns around, the very first bike is right up in the far corner, up by the, what's the old school? It's the council offices now. And if he comes right down to this corner, you'll see number 288 just next to where I'm sitting. And they're all ready, all primed, all prepped, all been checked for their roadworthiness and, I suppose, official, what's the word they do where they sort of make sure they're legal? I don't know.
Like a MOT? A bike MOT?
Well, sort of thing. But make sure...
Scrutineering, that's the word you're looking for.
What's the word?
Scrutineering.
Scrutineered, that's the one. They did all that yesterday. So we're down here each and every weekday morning from 7 o'clock right through until 11. And on the very last day, on the Saturday, we're here till the very last bike leaves the Parc Fermé. I'm John Weller, in the studio at Simon Abley. Very good morning.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
I'm not too bad. You were down here at bright and early with us?
I don't know about bright, but early, definitely. I don't know why, I've got a really rough voice today. This is not the week to be having a sore throat.
Oh, it's not too bad. Come on, you can deal with it.
Yeah, well, it's same old, isn't it?
Yeah, no,
Got to be done.
Indeed. It is indeed. And there's a team which will introduce you through as we go through the morning, which is sort of going to bring you pictures and sound and everything else.
Yeah, because we've got quite a team down there this year, and we've got quite a lot of things to be bringing to you as well. So if you are listening, please do let us know. You can get us on WhatsApp 01397 706 100. Alternatively, you can get us on Facebook. Just look up Nevis Radio Official. I would love to hear from you in there as well. You can email us studio@nevisradio.co.uk. Alternately, you can get us on our YouTube feed. Just look up Nevis Radio Official and you can watch it. Completely free. There's no fees, there's no sign-up fees. It's literally just watching a video on YouTube and you can watch exactly what's going on down in Parc Fermé.
And you can also request dedications, try and get us to catch up with certain riders if you're sort of family or friends of those. We'll see what we can do as we go through the week. But obviously, it starts at number 1 today. And then it staggers as we go through the week where they start from, as they sort of all start at different times.
Yeah.
There's a vision walking towards me.
A vision?
Oh, he stopped. He's kissing and cuddling now.
Oh, there's no time for that. It's 7:05, man.
Oh, hang on. Here he comes. Here he comes. Look at this. Look. Will he walk in front of the camera? I guarantee he will.
Probably.
Oh, I think
Probably.
he's doing his Morecambe and Wise impersonation now. Ah, dear. Morning.
Has he got his ears in? He's probably
He's
not
got his ears in.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm absolutely fine.
Yeah. Any
I'm
excuse for being
little
late
tad
to start to school?
5 minutes late, so that's me on detention already, isn't it?
Yeah, it's worse than detention these days.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right.
You have to write to your parents as well.
It's a lovely day, though.
It's not bad, is it?
Nice
it's
day.
Not bad. It's not bad. Mr. John Moffat, a very good morning to you. People
Good
who may
morning,
not
Mr.
know you.
Oh, people may not know me.
Listening for the very first time, you are
that's it.
the man with the knowledge.
Well, a little bit of knowledge. It does help sometimes. And this is Robbie the cameraman.
Rob, yeah, he's been with us a few years now and does a bit of camera work. And so we're going to sort of introduce the team as we go through. There's a few behind the scenes.
Yep.
And through the week it changes a little bit as well. So it's always great here at Nevis Radio.
Yeah. Changeable like the weather.
Changeable. It's not looking too bad this week.
Well, I was hoping that. I put weather on last night and then somebody said, oh, it's another one you should be looking at, but it's the only one I know. So.
I'll put pyjamas on.
Pardon?
I'll put pyjamas on.
Pyjamas on?
Yeah, you put the weather on, I'll put the pyjamas on.
All right, fine.
Oh, yeah. It's too early for you. What's up with you? You had a late night?
No, not a late night, an early breakfast.
Don't start. Don't start with the breakfast.
This is the 2025 edition of the Scottish 6 Days Trial here in downtown Fort William. If you're new to the area, this is something new for you, so come down and have a look.
Exactly, because it's free entry. Come down, have a wander around. Yeah, parking's a bit of an issue, so if you can park outside of the car park, better.
Yeah, that's right.
But do come down, have a look, and have a wander around. There's a few trade stalls and bits and pieces of, pick up bits and pieces you don't know, do you?
Yeah.
And there's official merchandise as
I
well.
was going to say, today there's official merchandise.
Yes.
Well, I thought it was being sold yesterday, but I'm not actually too sure. But there was T-shirts for sale yesterday, I believe, during the weigh-in Sunday at the Scottish 6 Days. So it might still be here. I'm not too sure. So, but there's a lot to see down here. It's a bit quiet as yet because it's only 5 past there by 7, so it's early this morning. But all the bikes are in, all parked up.
Excellent stuff. I'll tell you, we're going to go to a tune, then we're going to go back to the new studio area.
Oh, yeah.
And get sorted out. We'll do the weather from that and make an official start, I guess.
Good idea.
Are we not? Hello, back at the studio.
I'm on the phone. Hang on.
Push a button. You ain't seen nothing yet. Backman Turner Overdrive.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
The weather for Monday the 5th of May. A chilly start in certain years, early frost but feeling warm in the sunshine from late morning. All parts will have a dry day with some sunny spells. Your maximum high is going to be 13 degrees centigrade. Looking at tonight, it's going to be a dry night with long clear periods, although cloudier over the Isles. A chilly night with frost under the clear skies, in fact dropping down to -1 degree centigrade across Loch Harbour.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
So we are live from Parc Fermé, as it is officially called now, right in the hub of where the bikes are all parked, and the first one away in, what, about 20 minutes' time?
20 minutes' time. The first rider away this year is a Scotsman, as is the way they do it now and have done for many, many years, is number 1, Andrew Anderson from Clerk in Perthshire, riding a Scorpa.
And it's always a Scotsman, and how do they pick the first Scotsman to go away? Is it by how they've ranked, or how they just do is it a nomination?
I think it varies. I mean, if somebody's done something meritorious, I mean, they maybe pick on somebody like that. But what they've tended to do in the last 30 years, I think, is push a Scotsman out front. Normally somebody who's ridden it before, so that they have an idea where they're going, so they don't get lost. That's a good thing.
It must be quite an honour too to be picked.
Yeah, I think they do take it as an honour. I've known most of the guys, if not all of them, that have been rider number 1, but there has been times where they've actually deviated away from that. I mean, I think one year they had McAndrews out on number 1. And but when you look back the history of the trial, which goes back over 100 years now, of course, you find that the small capacity bikes were sent out first, you know, the little 150s and things like that. But back to 1963, for example, rider number 1 was a local man here, a really, really nice chap called Ali Bake Cameron, who worked at the Parade Garage, and then he took himself off and actually worked for several years down at the Grease factory in Thundersley in Essex. And Ali Bake was rider number 1 on the 150 Works Greaves, and he used to regularly pick up the 150cc Cup here at the Scottish 6 Days. So that's one of the earliest number 1s. There's Andy Anderson on our feed now, if you're watching this later on. You know, Ali went round for quite low marks, and very popular local man. So back in '63 there's number 1, but then when you look further back, and even after that, a lot of English riders were 1, and you know, things like that. But now, traditionally in the last sort of 30 years or so, the rider first away is traditionally now a Scottish rider or a Scottish resident.
It's good stuff. And what frequency do they set off? Is it every minute or something, like every 30 seconds?
Every minute they're leaving today, yeah.
And 288, so you can do your maths on that one. How
288 minutes, yeah, and it takes quite a while to actually evacuate the Parc Fermé each morning, and Saturday we normally wait on air until the last rider's gone, don't we? That's absolutely the plan.
That's always the plan, yeah, the first rider today and the last one on Saturday.
That's right.
And of course, so starting at 1 today, what number does it start off tomorrow? Is it like 50 or something like that?
Yeah, they move it on about 40 odd, nearly 50 riders to split it up over the 6 days. And there's 80 new newcomers this year, and it's something that they have to plan for, because you can't just pack all the newcomers at the front and have them scattered all over Loch Harbour. So they're sort of put through the whole entry so that they get a chance. And of course, every day there's a new first man away, you know, and that moves up through the week right to the last day, and it almost goes back to 1 again, but not quite. Being 6 days, but we've got a man riding this year, can't remember which number it is, we'll look it up later, Nigel Burkett, the Scorpa importer. This is his 52nd
he's been
Scottish
a long
6
time,
Days, yeah. And Pete Churchill, one of the observers here, an annual observer, he actually told me, he said that, yeah, Nigel Burkett, 52 rides, must be a record, but more importantly, he's spent a year of his life riding the Scottish 6 Days.
Yes.
So somebody said to me, well, that's not quite right, because it's a 6 days trial, not a 7 days. And I said, well, Sunday's the day of rest. So well done, Pete, for giving us that information. And Nigel knows about it, because I had breakfast the other morning, or yesterday it was actually, I spoke to him and I said, is it true? And he sort of laughed it off, but it's quite an amazing achievement. 52 rides at the Scottish 6 Days trial, and he's finished almost every one of them. I think a mechanic will put him out once or something. So he's been doing it since 1970.
A nice character too, isn't he? Not a very
nice
guy. Gentleman to chat to.
Yeah, I always have time to speak to Nigel Burkett, and a very, very talented rider in his day, and still can do the business. And you know, into the motorcycle trade and become an importer, having had a garage business for many years.
Yep, and we've got a few guest speakers coming as we go through the week. I know we've got Bernie on tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got Bernie Schreiber coming on to join us round about 10:30 or thereabouts tomorrow. just before we closed down, and on Wednesday we hope to speak to a Mr. Patrick Comerford. And a lot of the guys from down south will remember Comerfords of Portsmouth Road, Thames, Ditton and Surrey, who were one of the biggest, if not the biggest, trials dealers in Britain, and not just trials, motocross, everything. They did road bikes, the whole lot. And they were at one point the importers for the Bultaco brand from Spain. And but they also had other dealers, agencies, and there were Honda 5-star dealers in their day. Very, very big business. And strangely enough, the company still exists, but it doesn't operate in the motor trade. So Patrick's carried on the mantle, and that business is 100 years old this year, and there's an advert in the programme. Well, not an advert, it's just a page in the programme that Patrick took, a feature, and he used an old Comerford's advert. And it was the place to go for your trials bike back then, because they had bikes coming in and out every week. And their motto was, ride them on Sunday, sell them on Monday. And most of the salesmen and all the guys that were associated with Comerfords actually competed at the weekend. Wow. And then went to work on Monday and were flogging the stuff, maybe even flogging their own bike that they'd ridden the day before.
To be fair, John, I think that's a motorsport theory. I think all motorsport works on that theory.
It works on the theory, we compete them on the Sunday and sell them Monday.
Yep, pretty much.
Well, Comerford's probably started that because they'd been on the go a long time, and it was well known that their representatives, they travelled all over the country. They obviously serviced dealers as well, and you know, it was just the way it was back then. And sadly, they're no longer in business in the motorcycle or motor trade, but funnily enough, the company still exists on Company's House if you look it up.
There you go. So we are through here till 11 o'clock. We need to thank our sponsors. I think we mentioned them. We've got Michelin tyres, Gavin Cairns Rough Casting, and we've also got Thistle Access, who gives us this outside broadcast trailer, Comms West, who gives the internet, and the Charles Guru, which is part of your thing, and you're giving up your time for this week for us. Yeah,
it's at my website, which started off as a hobby 10 years ago, or 11 years ago this March it was actually, and just as a bit of fun, and it sort of took off from there. So I'm sort of preserving a lot of the history of motorcycle trials, as it's, you know, it's over 100-year-old now. Yeah. But in more recent times, I've been collecting so much information and putting it out there, free to use to the general public worldwide.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to be sorting out getting ready around to the start line, because I know you're going to sort of be there for the first rider away. We get the pipes and the thing. Who's the dignitary? Do we know? Is it Angus? Is he coming down?
I don't know. The piper?
No, who's doing? There's normally one of the councillors comes down.
I don't know who the actual official starter is.
I've not seen any sort of body around at the moment. We'll try and catch up with them.
You missed a sponsor.
Oh, what?
You missed a sponsor.
Did I?
Yeah, there's one on the front of your nice, shiny new table.
Oh, well, I can't see that. It's not on my list.
Oh, is it not?
2 tyres.
2 tyres?
2 tyres.
Funnily enough, they sell tyres for bikes.
So you buy 2 tyres?
Yeah, you can buy 2. You can buy 1 as well if you want.
Right, yep. The table's been getting a lot of comments by people which have seen us before, saying you've got a new table. We have.
We've got a lovely new table, courtesy of a sponsor at 2tyres.co.uk.
There you go. So you'll have to keep us up to date with that. And if you want to get in contact with the site, give us all those details again.
Well, yeah, actually, I've been busy. It started already. You can get us on WhatsApp, 01397 706 100, completely free, minus your data on that one. You can phone us on the same number. Email the studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or you can find us on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official. If you're watching on YouTube, again, Nevis Radio Official for that on YouTube, completely free. There is a chat box there, but I believe you do need to log in for that. On the subject of that, we've got people listening in Dorset want to say good morning, and a big shout out to Mark and Andy, who are officials in Parc Fermé this morning.
Very good. They're all listening. We've got the speakers going out here, and there's people all around. The crowds are gathering if you look behind us, which is always good. And we are in the middle of it, so we've got people all around us, bikes in front of us, and it's going to get very, very noisy in about 10 minutes' time. But if you want to play a tune, do some messages and come back, we'll sort of get ready for the start.
OK, right, we'll do that.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to. To move, so I make it harder. Think
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to. To move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunch.
after the war, so that's about 80 years now that the trial has been in or around the Fort William area. So here we've got rider number 1, Andy Anderson from Killin in Perthshire. He's on a Scorpa, so he's taken the number 1 plate this year in the 2025 event, member of the Perth and District Club, and he's had 12 previous rides at the Scottish. He's also a former Scottish Trials champion. So just coming up to the starting half hour. They're being sent off today, it looks like Steve Saunders, the TRRS importer, previously trials champion and a World Trials contender in his day. He rode for Honda on the famous RTL machines built HRC.
It's always a family thing too. I know if you're looking at it on the old video, you can see that always the kids get involved and the family wants to be involved, don't they?
Yeah, he's got a lot of kids now, Andy, I think. You know, there seems to be 3 up with him, so well done to bring the family up. I presume that's his good lady taking the kids off him, so fire the Scorpa up. And there's the official taking the print off the number plate.
So that changed last year, didn't it? It's all done electronically.
Yeah,
now.
Electronically, the sort of, there's like a tag on it. There's the Piper, firing up as well. A couple of kicks, that's the bike started, so that's a good sign. There we have Andy's ready to go. So no penalty off, that's him down the ramp now. That's the start of the 2025 Scottish 6 Days trial here in Fort William, and you're listening to Nevis Radio. Next rider coming up is Stuart Gairns, also a Perth member on a TRRS. He's had 3 previous rides before, and a member of the Perth and District Motorcycle Club, which is the oldest motorcycle club in Scotland, at least for competition anyway. It predates the Scottish ACU, one of the governing bodies. And the Perth Club is over 100 years old itself now too. There's the reading off the number plate. So a chip at the back of that. And his kids are up getting the photo call here as well. Stuart starting up the TRRS, first kick. That's looking good as well. And up on the podium we also have Davy Dignan, the local man who's the clerk of the course of the Scottish 6 Days. He'll be coming in to speak to us round about 9 o'clock in the morning, so we can have a quick word with him before he goes off and does his daily duties, watching the trial, keeping an eye on things. And he is regarded obviously as the chief executive officer of this event. It's his trial now. It was committee up until 7:30 this morning, so the total responsibility of the Scottish 6 Days trials on his shoulders. Not a lot of people appreciate that. Not only there's a lot of work done by the committee, but the man that's in charge is Davy Dignan, and he's been a competitor in this event and obviously a local rider in the Lochaber and District Motorcycle Club. Tony Moore on a 4R team in Teza. He's also Perth and District. He's had 8 attempts. He's just left now. 7:33. Fourth rider is Rich Kendra from the Eberackham Club from York. He's on a gas, and this is his 5th attempt at the Scottish 6 Days trial. You can still hear the pipes in the background, which is very nice. I'm sure the people that are in the guest house just opposite the car park, the West End car park in Fort William, will be appreciating that this morning at 7:30, being awoken by the pipes.
What other way is there? It's got to be a good way, isn't it?
Can't think of any other way.
That and the smell of bacon, John, that's heaven almost.
Oh yes, we're getting that as well. Yeah, you can't smell that on the radio, you can't smell it on the television. Rider number 4 just leaving, Rich Kendra, Eberackham Club. Getting cheered on by his father there, also a past rider. And now numbers 5 and 6, I think they're possibly related, Dan and Ben Hodgson from the Richmond Club in North Yorkshire, both riding betas. Number 5 is Dan Hodgson, and this he's had one previous ride, so he's ridden once before. So if you are having a look at the trial this week and you're not accustomed to it, get yourself a programme. They are available in local shops and petrol stations. Price £5. And it's got a list of riders in it, and also a takeout page which gives you the list of riders as well. That's Dan Hodgson just leaving the Parc Fermé. So I think he's pulling to one side. He'll be wanting to wait on his brother coming. Rider 6 is Ben Hodgson, as I said, Richmond Motor Club Yorkshire Limited he's a member of, and they are the organisers and promoters of the famous Scott trial, a trial which actually slightly predates the Scottish 6 Days trial. It was a test of machines of the Scott Motorcycle Company in Shipley. So 2 classic events. The Scott trial takes place in October each year down near the town of Richmond, and is a 70-mile course, but it's a time and observation event, slightly different from the Scottish 6 Days, and it's a one-day event, of course. So that's Ben just leaving the start podium here in Parc Fermé. Next is number 7, Jordi Serra from Catalonia, and he's on a gas, and he's had 3 previous rides at the Scottish 6 Days. So of course a lot of people not only are listening live to the broadcast here in Fort William, but also you can see it on YouTube, and I'm sure that Simon will give you the rundown of how you can actually view that. And it's also going to be available later on today as well. It normally gets put up in the early evening, where you can actually replay the 3 or so hours that we have broadcasting to you live from Fort William. So Jordi Serra's had his number plate swiped, and some of the riders actually get a GPS unit given to them so that the organisers can track the progress of the trial each day, which has been on the go now for a few years. There's Jordi Serra just leaving on his gas. Number 8, Juan Moreno, another Catalan of the Motor Club Tona on a Vertigo. He's ridden once before. So a lot of commotion down here in the car park, the Parc Fermé this morning. Lots of people coming to see their riders that they're supporting. So if you're out and about today, just be careful, because there are motorcycles on the road. They're competition machines, but they're road registered. But the weather's good, so you should be able to see them okay. It's number 8 kicking his bike over. Juan Moreno is fired up, ready to go. So he's on his way. A lot of overseas riders take part in this event. But here we have a more local rider, Mark Grant, number 9 in a 4-hour team in Teza. He's a member of the Bon Accord Club, which is based in the Aberdeen area of Scotland, the northeast. And it's celebrating 70 years of motorsport in the northeast of Scotland this year. The Bon Accord Club, founded in 1955. And it's promoted lots of different events, trials, scrambles and road racing, as well as grass track. And they're more into trials and enduros nowadays. So a very rounded club, a lot of knowledge in that club. That's it, 4 RTs away. That's Mark Grant, number 9. He's ridden the Scottish 6 Days trial 14 times, so he's a bit of a veteran now. Number 10, to the podium, Scott Callahan from Ireland, Motor Enthusiast Club member on a TRRS. He's getting his picture taken with his father, Roger. And his sister competed here, Kate Callahan, a few years ago. Featured her on my website, Trial Guru, at the time. Thoroughly enjoyed her week. So Scott is really more into downhill mountain biking, I believe.
How many miles is it today, John? Do you know off the top of your head?
No, but I've not got the programme in front of me. It varies every day. I mean, obviously the Monday's the first day, so normally the Clerk, the course, David Dignan, sort of eases the trial in. He doesn't make things too hard or stiff on the first day. Time normally isn't a big issue, but I'm not quite sure the actual mileage. I'd have to check the route in the programme. It's normally around about 90 miles or thereabouts, but I couldn't say for sure because obviously they change the routes a little bit each year depending on what permissions they have from landowners. And it's like a massive jigsaw puzzle going across the moors. I mean, the bikes aren't on the road all day, not until the Thursday when we have the road run day out on the Moidart Peninsula. But most of the time the bikes are off-road in the hills. And that's a lot of work. That you've got to get permissions from all the landowners, and in some cases, if it touches on triple SIs, they've got to get two permissions: one from the landowner and one from Nature Scot, which is the governing organisation that looks after Scotland's heritage. So rider 11 there, Tim Affolter from Switzerland, Swiss rider on a gas. He's ridden here once before. Member of the Trameland Club in Switzerland. And we'll be speaking to Bernie tomorrow, and he'll be live from Zurich in Switzerland. So there we go. Rider 12's just come up onto the start podium. Simon Connerny from Ireland, a member of the Leinster Motor Club on a Vertigo. This is this is the first of his first timers. So it's the first time that he's actually ridden the Scottish 6 days. And as I said earlier, I think there's around about 80 first-timers in the Scottish this year. Normally they have it around about the 50 mark, but they've increased it this year a little more. So there's 80 first-timers. Couple of kicks, there you go. Oh, it's going to fire up now. There you are. So that's Simon Connerny from Ireland, just leaving the Parc Fermé. Rider 13, Jean-Pierre Récourt from France on a 4R team in Teza. He's riding number 13. Lucky for some. Hope he's not superstitious. Some motorsports actually used to avoid using number 13, but in the Scottish they keep it in.
It's just a number.
It is just a number, but I can't remember if 13's ever won the trial. I'm sure Mark Coombs will be able to tell us that if he's around and studied it closely. I should really have a look at the old results to see. There we are. He's going to give the bike a kick over. Standing up on the pegs to do it. Well, it did start and then he stopped it. There we are. It is quite cold this morning. I think it's round about 1 degree or something like that, just above freezing. But it will heat up a bit later on, hopefully. Get a bit of warmth. Rider number 14, Craig Doyle from Ireland, another member of the Leinster Motor Club on a Vertigo. He's ridden, never ridden here before. He's another first timer. We'll just see him start, and then I think I'll nip back to the Fort William outside broadcast studio, I think, John.
We have had a question. You're talking about the people coming from overseas. Do they bring their bikes with them, or do they hire them when they're over here? How does it sort of work?
Bit of mixture of both. Those that come from quite far afield, like America and places like that, Canada, they tend to hire bikes, and you'll probably see one or two of the importers offering bikes at the end of the week. at a discount price. They tend to discount them down to a trade price where the bike's classed as used, obviously, because it's been registered by the importers for the overseas riders to compete with. So they tend to take the depreciation off the value of the bike and sell it at that, because it's had 6 days of riding up here.
Or road tested, as we call it. Tested.
Well, yeah, that's right. Well run in. So we'll see number 15, Valentin Lisa from Switzerland on a TRRS. He's had 9 previous rides at the Scottish 6 Days. We'll see him off, and then we'll nip back to the outside broadcast studio.
We will do that indeed. Then we'll do a tune side, if that's okay with you, and come back and we'll maybe have a look at the route and see how long it is.
We could do that. Have you got any particular tune in mind? Or?
No.
No?
No,
Right.
I'll tell you, let's go for my favourite, bit of Klingon de Jubel. I love that tune so much still.
Yeah, we can do that. And then have a break, back to you.
Yep. And
Cool.
then John will come back round, we'll have a look at the route and take it from there.
Okay, here we go.
Save me, save me, save me. You think I don't like all the things I can't like, so why?
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop and our lovely larder cafe makes lunches, coffee, set in 6 acres of parkland like a ruined castle with views across Ferme. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can move, the world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can move, the world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can move, the world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can the world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can move, man, look smooth. The world time has come to. To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool, man, look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can move. The world time has come to.
Motoring needs. This is day one of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day one, Nevis Radio, brought to you in association with Michelin Tyres and Gavin Cairns Rough Casting. Thank you very much to them. And we'll be catching up with Michelin Tyres later this morning. They were in yesterday, we chatted to them.
Good.
And yeah, they're very excited to see what we've been doing.
I did see a few guys walking about the weigh-in area yesterday with Michelin jackets on, but didn't get an opportunity to speak to them. I know Stuart Dozey was there.
Yeah.
So yeah, all good.
Yep, the team were here counting tyres, which we'll be talking about that as we
That's
go.
That's right. They have a scout round seeing who's exactly using Michelin tyres this week and keep a note of that, and they get feedback from the riders, and yeah, so it's a good idea.
And all these sparkling machines, I was looking at them going out yesterday. My van was in this area right behind us here, and I got stuck here for about an hour yesterday when we finished.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, about 100, 150 bikes started up around me. The noise and the smell was amazing.
Yeah, that was going for the parade at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, ready for the parade at 3, yeah. And it was just. But I was looking at the camaraderie and the friendship and the banter and the laughing, the joking, the selfies. Yeah. It was amazing.
That's what it's all about. And I mean, nothing's changed. It was like that in my day, except it was a slightly different Parc Fermé. It was more in the middle. And I don't think they had the whole car park at that time, and but the bikes were a bit different then. They were what you describe now as twin shocks.
Yeah.
It was just a trials bike, but we had the camaraderie there, and it's lifelong friendships. I mean, I was in the company of my good friend Graham Smith at the Pre-65 at the weekend, and we rode round almost, not consecutive numbers, he was 199, I think I was 216, but we got round, we were in the same group, we had some great laughs. In fact, I was just saying to his girlfriend, he still due me a pair of gloves, because he froze mine when he put his air bottle on his rear tyre to blow it up at a Halider, and it burnt him. You know how these things get cold? And he grabbed my gloves, stuck it on this air bottle, turned it on, it went whoosh, put his tyre up, and destroyed my glove. It just froze it to bits.
Let it go, John. It's only a pair of gloves.
It's only 1977, you know.
It doesn't matter.
So there we have it. So it's a good bit of banter. Nothing wrong with that.
We've got the route in front of you. We're coming up to 8 minutes to 8 o'clock. Let's have a look at the route before we go to the news, I guess.
Well, we don't have the intermediate mileage on it. They don't put that on now. But it looks like, according to the programme and the route guides that have been issued with, it's 28 sections today. First one is out towards Kinlochleven and away up on the old Mamor Road, Sliach, or Sloobheich as it looks like in the programme, but I presume it's Sliach. First rider should be there at 10 to 8, so that's just around about now. Then they move along to Upper Mamor, quite near to where the Pre-65 was using sections at the weekend. First rider's there at 8:10. Chocolini out on the south side of the loch down at Kinlochleven. First rider there at 8:40, followed closely by Cameron Hill, 2 sections there at 8:55. Now, if you look at the programme, if the grid reference is given, that indicates that it's accessible by the spectating public. If it's not got a grid reference, it's away out in the moors, and I wouldn't even bother walking out there. Chuckalini, Cameron Hill. Then we move over 2 sections to Clerk at 9:10. Just the back of 9, and then some unpronounceable ones. Isabodech, I think it is, at 9:50, but these are not accessible. Milnantarb at 10:50, and then round to Appin, where we've got Big Dars Burn. That's definitely worth a watch. It's a bit of a mess trying to climb up the top of that place because it is quite boggy and quite steep, but the first rider's there at 11:45, so you're down in Argyllshire then. Glen Stockdale still in Argyllshire. There's a grid ref there, 12:10, first rider's there. Then up to Glen Muckrach. That's not really accessible. First rider will appear there at 12:45. Then over to Bealach at 13:15, 1:15 in Old Money. And then up to the spectator-friendly section where most people go this afternoon, and that's Lagnaha at Kentallon at 13:40, so 20:2. Old Money. So that's the route for today, day 1 of the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2025.
Well, it says sort of spectator friendly and rest stop. Is there burger vans, that sort of place out there for the public?
Well, there's lots of places open today. I think the little Lochaber, Nether Lochaber Village Hall's open. That's on this side of the water. Once you go south, normally there's facilities open at Appin. The local village hall normally opens there, and then of course I'm not sure if it's open today, but it normally opens. But the one where most of the spectators tend to migrate to at Lagnaha Farm, just opposite the other side of the road, there's the community hall there, the Kentallon Community Hall. They normally have sandwiches and things like that, teas, coffees, etc. For sale. It normally gets quite busy, and not only that, they've got the car park there as well, where they charge to park, but it is certainly well worth it because you're off the road and it's a nice flat field. And I passed it the other day. We were down in the Appin area holiday making, and the field looked absolutely perfect, looked really dry, good hard standing for your vehicles, and a wee bit contribution to the local community centre.
Like I say, I think talking to Dave Dignan before, I think the biggest thing for them is that people respect that this, people live in this area, just don't go and block them in their driveways, don't block the roads, don't make it awkward for people. If you are going out to visit and spectate,
the trial
parking can be an issue in some of these
the trial doesn't take over the area. We were guests here. I'm a guest. I only live 70 miles away from Fort William, but I'm a guest here as well, and I'm very conscious about where I park my vehicles when I'm down visiting, especially at the weekend, because it was a bit tight for space down in Kinlochleven, because they're not able to use what they used to use as a car park. But I parked my vehicle away outside the town and just did a bit of walking, and it was far. The weather was good as well, which helps. But you can't just expect to roll up and park up on somebody's street and block their driveway. It's just not the thing to do. What would you think if somebody did that to you at your house? That's the way to look at it, But I think everything went well at the weekend, parking-wise, and hopefully the same today and for the rest of this week. As I say, there's parking for the main spectator section of the day, or the group of the day, the 3 sections at Lagnaha, and you're not allowed to park at the side. They would normally cone it off, and the police motorcyclists who come down from Dingwall, they'll be patrolling that area quite heavily today to make sure that everybody's doing the right thing and parking off the public highway. I think that if the police always used to tell me, if you're parking at the side of the road, you've got to get all 4 wheels off the public highway to park. And that's the way they normally do it. If you don't, they'll come along and stop beside you and politely ask you to move on. So thank you very much to Police Scotland for providing the services of the police force on the motorcycles this week.
Yeah, I know you said out there when you sort of at the start, there's a lot of people involved to get this show on the road in a way, and lots of permissions have to be sought, and they say it's health, safety and everything else on top of that, and it's a big thing. Very much so, yeah. And at the moment that's right on David Dignan's shoulders for this week. Yeah, it's his responsibility from 7:30 this morning. It's his trial now, as they used to say in the Scottish 6 Days Committee. It's committee up until
the start of the event on the Monday morning, and once the start flag drops, it's his event, so he's totally in charge of the event. If he has to change anything, it's his responsibility to make that decision, and that's the decision taken that he's got the responsibility for. It's everything to do with the trial this week.
Absolutely. And back to the studio, any feedback so far, any comments?
Yeah, got people watching it, they're quite enjoying the footage. I think it looks nice this year.
Let us know where you're from. We'll try and get the furthest distances away.
Well, I've got a contender for that already. Rob Parvin says good, well, it says hello from South Australia. Good luck to Adrian and Alicia, father and daughter team, all the way from South Australia.
Sounds good to me.
Do we have riders' numbers? Got numbers for those by any chance? No?
I don't.
If you do know that information, give us the numbers. We're going to try and catch up with them as we go through the week. We don't normally talk to any of the riders today on day one, but after tomorrow, once they start coming back in, they're settling and sorting stuff out.
Yeah.
We'll catch up with riders then.
We'll catch up with them then, and they're a bit more relaxed as well, because it is a bit sort of jingly nerves.
I was going to say, how many, well, you're looking around, there's still a lot of smiley faces, but there's got to be apprehension. Some people have never ridden this before, like we're saying, newcomers.
Well, the newcomers, I think that, as I say, I heard there was around about 80 of them, so yeah, everybody will be a bit sort of excited. Obviously, those that have ridden many times before, you do settle down to it, I would imagine. I only rode it once, but I know how I felt on the first day. Yeah, it's just we give them a bit of space, let them get started, get the trial underway, and then when it settles down from tomorrow, we start doing some interviews with riders. So we'll maybe catch up. I think it's, yeah, I found it. It's riders 263 and 264. Alicia Harry and Adrian Harry. Now, Adrian's ridden before, so he's ridden 6 times, so well done to them coming all the way from Australia.
We're heading up to the 8 o'clock news now. We'll be straight back after this. It's the Scottish 6 Days. Charles, will you all ready?
Skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool and look smooth. The world time has come to. To move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
World Championship with victory at the Miami Grand Prix. That's the latest. I'm Leisha McCanna.
This is day 1 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
And the sun is shining across Fort William. It's a beautiful, beautiful morning down. It's just coming up to, 8 degrees down. It's been a bit chilly start. Fingers have been a bit cold.
Yeah, we were just discussing that with some of the Richmond chaps behind us there, and I was saying it's 7 or it's now up to 8 degrees, and I says it can't be a wind chill factor because there's no wind. It's very still this morning.
But looking down the lock, there's a little bit of mist, just hazy. Bit of hard, would you call that? Not quite, is it really?
It's in the distance.
Yeah.
There is some, and the hills look a little bit blue. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure one of the weather people would probably tell us. Do you want me to cover this particular aspect just now?
You can do. I think what we'll do is probably get do that. And we'll do the weather and that, and then come back to that. That's okay with you?
You got the weather now. Oh, good on
yeah,
you.
We'll do that.
Yeah.
But the riders are away. We're up to ride, I don't know, into the 30s now, I believe, looking at the numbers outside in front of us.
I would think so, because we're half an hour into the start,
apart,
so a minute, so we will be into the 30s now.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. And so we'll be catching up with the guys from Michelin as we go through this morning as well. Thought for the day, we'll have that coming up at 8:45.
Good.
That'll be coming as well. David Cedric will be doing that this week.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the lineup. And, yeah, so the team's up here. We've got Robbie on a camera, we've got Jack on a camera, and we've got Dan in the van.
Dan in the van.
He's doing all
I've
the
seen
video
him this
mixing. So
morning,
you're watching the pictures, enjoying it.
Yeah.
There's a team behind us working very hard. And you're looking right down the loch now at some yachts and boats. And it's rather nice. Blue skies, clouds.
Yeah.
Can't grumble, can you? What a place to be.
Clouds are very, very light and very high, so that's a good sign, I believe.
Absolutely. So, yeah, so I know you've got a tune lined up for Dan, I believe it is, Si.
I do indeed. Obviously, you mentioned the crew there. Just to say to anyone who is listening or watching, apart from myself, all the crew are volunteers. We've spent a lot of time and effort on this, so hopefully you are enjoying what we're doing.
Absolutely, absolutely. I didn't mean to miss you off, Si, either.
No, it's all right. It's all
I'm
right.
just sitting there eating bacon rolls. That's all you do all morning.
No, I've got a bag of red chocolate things at the minute. They help in the throat because they're scratchy.
Oh, this is nonsense. I know the ones you left under the side the other day.
Like that, but the round ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Them ones.
Well, actually, our chairperson bought me a bag of goodies for the team down here. I've got that here as well.
So I think they're watching. So good morning, Eileen.
Morning, Eileen. Yeah, thank you. Good to see. I had a cup of tea with Eileen yesterday. Caught up.
Yeah.
And she's been excited what we've been doing as well. So it's nice to see it all come together.
It is after a lot of I don't want to say mucking about, but essentially working all this out. It's always a challenge.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got a tune lined up. I've got a Lincoln Park.
Go for it. Push.
See you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can cool and look smooth.
today's weather on Nevis Radio. Brought to you by Thistle Access.
It's going to be a chilly start with early frost, but feeling warmer in the sunshine from late morning. Light winds, but it's going to be dry with sunny spells for everybody. Your maximum high is going to be 13 degrees centigrade. Looking at tonight, a dry night with some nice non-clear periods, although that will bring some frost, especially under the clear skies. In fact, dropping down to -1 degree centigrade.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio. Brought to you by Thistle Access.
Do you know what? I opened this bag of food and it was like the wasps coming out of these for the summer.
I noticed
I got
that.
descended on it. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Eileen.
Biscuits. Very good.
They're little mini jammy Dodger things.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Other brands are available.
Is that a brand name,
I
Jammy
don't know
Dodger?
if it is a brand name or a type of biscuit, so there we have it. But these are called jammy wheels or something.
Yeah, jammy wheel minis.
There you go.
There you go.
Oh, they're
Nice.
mini wheels.
I'll take a punt. It's a brand name if they've changed it, if I'm honest.
You what?
It's got to be a brand name if they've changed it.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Like Two Tires, is that a brand name?
Two Tires is a brand name. They sell bike tyres for all of your biking needs, whether you're off-road, on-road, on track. They've got something for your bike.
Coms West, is that a brand name?
Yeah, that is a company name that does all the broadband across Lochaber. They don't do all of it, but they could do if you purchase their services.
And this one which says Thistle Access on a trailer, what's that all about?
That's also a brand name. They do various things, including rope access, which is what we know them for, and for sponsoring our weather and helping us out with the Scottish 6-day trial by providing us with a trailer. So big thank you to Robert for that one too.
And I've got a registered mark with a big G and Charles Guru written around. What's that all about?
That's a brand name.
Top Gear. Oh no, wrong one.
No, wrong one. Oh no, definitely not Top Gear. No, that's a brand name. It's a registered trademark now, believe it or not, with the Intellectual Properties Office of Government UK.
My goodness. As well as Michelin and Gavin Cairns and everybody else who's helped us put it together in little ways all the way around. We've got people sort of put pieces in and those doing the little in commercials, paying for those. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Without that, we can't really do this.
You wonder what I talk about. You listen on the radio while the music's playing on the YouTube and other platforms that puts a little video across because we're not allowed to play music because of copyright rules.
We've got a bit of time. You mentioned one of the two sponsors this year, Gavin Cairns Rough Casting. Yep. Got a bit of background on that.
You have.
I actually went to see Gavin a couple of days ago, well, maybe a week or two ago now, and had coffee up at his house with him and his dear lady wife, Donna. But as we know, Gavin Cairns Rough Casting is our new sponsor for Nevis Radio this year, covering the Scottish 6 days. But what we don't maybe perhaps know is the backstory and connections that made this sponsorship happen. Gavin Cairns, who owns the company, is married to Donna, as I've said, whose family name was Sutherland. She is the daughter of Ray Sutherland, or to be exact, Henry Adam Sutherland. Ray was born in Helmsdale in August 1941, but moved to Fort William and was a plumbing contractor who employed over 300 people in this area in his business, RS Plumbing and Construction. But there is more, not just the Fort William connection, but a direct connection to Nevis Radio, believe it or not, because Ray was one of the founding directors of Nevis Community Radio Limited in 1993, serving 5 years until March 1998. He was involved when the radio station was based at Dube MacDonald Road, and Ray also had an Arctic trailer in this very Parc Fermé some many years ago, supporting the Scottish 6 days trial. Sadly, Ray passed away in June 1998. As for Donna Cairns, she ran her own Mr. David Sedgwick's outpatient clinic at the Belford Hospital, just up the road here, before she moved with Gavin to live in Inverness with their 3 daughters. Local man, Gavin Cairns, well, he started last year's Scottish 6 days as #1, so he basically led the trial for about an hour or so. His claim to fame. He's a great supporter of Scottish trials and puts a lot back into the sport with sponsorship and all sorts of things like that. And of course now his sponsorship of Nevis Radio this year is just part of what he does. And thanks very much to Gavin for doing the effort. He sponsors a lot of riders annually now in trials. He puts back. Because he didn't have many years that he was riding when he was building up his business of the rough casting, and his business is all over Scotland. He's got quite a lot of vans and crews on the go, and thanks very much to him.
Yeah, no, that's a jolly nice guy, and as I say, he's been supported now for a couple of years, which is fantastic, so thank you very much.
Yeah, that was the main reason why, when he was approached to sponsor the radio station for the outside broadcast, that was part of it, because his wife's family connection with the radio station way back in 1991, when it all kicked off as a limited company, Nevis Community Radio Limited.
Which, thanks to him, I think we've got the gazebo. I think it's what we bought. Wasn't it the first money he gave us? Sorry?
Yeah, he helped us with the gazebo, so he's kind of been in the background with us for a couple of years now,
Keeps us in the
as
dry
well,
and
which is
the
great.
shelter and keeps out the wind.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's withstood stand when some of the gazebos have ended up in the loch.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I think we were lucky with that one.
We were very lucky with that one, got away with it. But as I say, it's great. It's a small team puts this together, and I say thanks for joining us on this Monday.
Actually, on the subject of that, I did say I'd say thank you very much to them. So the boys over at Sherco, which I believe you'll be speaking to tomorrow, is the plan. Got to say big thanks to them. They've kind of helped us bolt our gazebo to the floor.
The anchor bolts, yeah.
Jolly good.
See, it's a big team effort. And everybody does help each other out down there, I've noticed.
I think that, what does they say? There's no I in team, isn't it?
There is a me.
Is there?
Yeah. There's a me in team, isn't there? There's no
Oh,
I.
yes, that's right.
See?
Had to think about that. It's early in the morning for me.
Early on. You get some lovely images of the bikes. We're looking online right now. Rob's out there getting bits and pieces. And, yeah, so it's a fantastic... I did get trying to get an aerial shot of my camera today of all the 288 bikes.
Yeah, it's difficult, that. I think you've got
It's
to
a
be
tough
up
one.
On the pavement to do
Yeah,
that.
couldn't do it,
Yeah.
but it's some sight.
But obviously, people will be looking at this live on the video feed, and they'll be able to see it later on as well. So not being able to catch us this morning, so it can be repeated. So that's good news, isn't it?
Repeated forever and ever and ever.
Didn't used to have that. I think I started. What did I start doing this? I think we said it was nearly 20 years ago.
I don't know.
Long
You're
time.
a boy in shorts.
I believe, John, I think we first tried putting pictures out in 2010 with
Yeah.
a really basic webcam.
Yeah,
And things have obviously snowballed into what we've got today.
that's right.
But yeah, you're right.
Broadcasts have been going on for longer than that, though, haven't they?
Yeah, late 90s, I believe.
Yeah.
But I say we'll have, obviously you can watch it back on YouTube shortly after it finishes, but we'll have a listen back live on our Mixcloud later on today as well.
Yeah.
Good show.
And you want to get yourself down here, come and say hello. We're right at the far end of the car park. You follow up the line, go past all the trade stands and everything else, and go as far as you can. Nevis Radio's up there. You can talk to the back of our heads if you want to. Look over us.
Yeah, and we'll be catching a couple of people later this week. I'm not quite sure yet which day it will be, but we'll be having a chat with two chaps who are riding this trial, I think both for the first time. Danny Butler of Trial Tube and Stu Day of Trials Day. Now, they're more involved in the online video type of media. And we've said over the years that, you know, newspapers are not as popular as they were maybe 30 years ago, 20 years ago even.
It's changing, and
It's
changed.
changing.
Yeah.
It's all going online, and even I'm, you know, online with stuff now as well. And that's the way it's been going. So Stu and Danny are riding the trial this year, and they're, you know, they've actually talked about it before. That John shirt on their Trial Tube broadcast, and it's quite interesting. So we're going to have a few moments with them. We'll maybe get them in earlier than the numbers called, so that we've got a bit of time to chat with them. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. And of course we've got the world champion. He's taking part this year.
Yeah, Adam Raga. Last time he rode, I think it was 1999. He rode round with his mentor at that time, the world trials champion, Jordi Tares, who now produces the TRRS bike, the brand. So he'll hopefully be coming in to speak to us. We'll catch him before he goes in the morning at some point. He'll be a very interesting character. I've spoken to him, well, not spoken to him, but I messaged him with Messenger and said, would you be possible? Yeah, no problem at all. So hopefully we'll catch Adam Braga before he goes off, maybe once or twice if we can this week.
And there was shows down here yesterday. We don't normally come down on a Sunday. We sort of did a full mock setup, went through it and did a bit of mucking around.
Yeah.
And while down here, they were scrutinising the bikes. What's all that about? Putting bits of paint and whatever all over.
Yeah, they mark the bikes. It's a lot reduced now to what it used to be. If I take the year when I rode, which was 1977, they marked the rims, the hubs, the frame, the tank, the suspension units at the back, the suspension units at the front, and you know, there's lots of dabs of paint all over your bike, and it was almost like a badge of honour once you'd done the Scottish that bike had done it. So they mark them now. Certain components are marked that they're not allowed to change, but for example, the wheels, well, they have spare wheels now because of the tubeless tyres. So your spare wheels away getting a new tyre on it to be replaced a couple of days later with the wheels you're already running, that sort of thing. So times have moved on because it's not possible to keep it as traditional perhaps as it used to be because of the modern machines and the way that they've been developed. And
is that a big thing, do you think? Does it matter these days?
Well, it's still the Scottish 6 Days Open reliability trial, technically. So the reliability comes into it. So if a major component that's marked has been changed, then, you know, that's effectively a form of cheating.
So basically looking at engine, I'm assuming. Suspension?
No, I don't know if they actually mark it. No, I never actually saw them mark, and they used to tag them. I think the frame is the main thing.
Right.
But I don't think they're as detailed as they used to be, because as I say, the front forks lighters used to be marked with a dab of paint.
Yeah.
I think the crankcases are probably done so that you can't change the engine or certain parts of the engines. But as I say, they used to dab the rims front and back and the hubs front and back. And back in the really early days, you just even up to after the Second World War, you used to have to. They gave you a book, and you had to write in it exactly what you were carrying with you. You know, if you had 2 spark plugs, that was written down.
Oh, in your backpack or whatever.
If you had a spare inner tube, that was noted down. Set of points, because there were points and condensers then. Set of points, got that. And they checked them off. So if you took 2 plugs with you, that's all you had for the week.
Okay.
You know, so they checked all that, and obviously they were very much into the scrutinising the bikes to make sure that components hadn't been changed. But also importantly was what you were carrying with you.
Yeah.
And they used to use these army sort of side bags. You know, I don't know what they called them. They put them over your shoulder.
Yeah.
A bit like a satchel.
Yeah.
That's what it was, an army satchel. And what you had in that, they didn't have backpacks the same as what they have now. That's what they used, and people, you know, hardly believe that now. Because I was winding my son up, I said, have you got all your parts detailed? What do you mean? I said, well, they've actually reintroduced the old ways. You know, it was almost like an 8-volt fill. They're actually reintroducing the old. Anyway, you're joking. They're not going into my bag. Nobody's going into my bag. It's my property. You know, it all got right stiffy. So anyway, it was just a bit of fun. But no, that's what they used to do. Quite incredible.
So every bike gets checked over just for that, and do they do a safety check on it and make sure it's compliant with everything else?
Well,
number plates and
that's the rider's responsibility. But the thing is, you'll notice that the bikes are all road registered, so that number plate should be legible and should be able to be read from a police car.
Yeah.
So if it's pointing skyward, it's a bit of a no-no. But
because what is the licence they get to go on the road? It's a special licence, isn't it? For the
not so much a special licence. They tend to be running on what they would call the DVLA, the daytime MOT. If your bike's 3-year-old, it'll give you an MOT. So it would be a daylight MOT because they're not fitted with headlights or stop lights, and that's why we say, you know, when the weather turns a little bit inclement, just to keep an eye out for the bikes, because they're not as easily seen as a big road bike, for example, which got blinkers on it and headlights and tail lights, etc. So these bikes don't come with the lights attached to them. They've got the number plates on, which are quite bright, you know, at the moment, the white background with the black numerals. But of course, as they ride across the moors, they tend to get obscured a little bit. So that's just to keep an eye out on the roads today and during the rest of the week as well. So they'll be coming back to Fort William from Kintallen. So they'll be coming up over the, what do you call that bridge? Ballahoolish Bridge.
Yep.
Coming over there this afternoon, round about the sort of 2 o'clock mark. So, and then they come back into Fort William, up the Achentor Road, into the Parc Fermé again, and that's then finished for the day. But there are, you know, 288 motorcycles out there, so it's a fair, but not all out at the same time, you know.
No, it's a stage thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an exciting thing. I love the first day, and I say being down on the Sunday was actually really, it's a different atmosphere. Never really experienced that before. I know I've come down as a spectator, but to be actually in the hub of it, and a lot of people just really interested in what we're doing as much as what anyone else was doing.
You could say it's a bit of a buzz, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was. It started. I think it was actually. I think for the whole team here, it was actually nice to come down and get that side of it.
Yeah, yeah.
And sort of instead of coming down on Monday morning when we sort of start really, really cold. I know it's cold this morning, you know, weather-wise, but when you sort of come down, we're sort of a bit more prepped.
Yeah, well, it's up to a balmy 10 degrees now.
Wow,
telemetry.
my goodness.
So that's
it's got to be
warm.
getting near breakfast time. We've got to sort something out for this, I tell you.
Yeah, well.
It's going to be a long morning otherwise.
Well, we could do a catch on some adverts, and we're going to have local news round about the 8:30 mark.
Very good. Sounds good to me. Well, let's go for that then. And then we'll come back to us for a short bit before Thought for the Day.
All right. So just to recap then, I've got what? Adverts, song, weather?
Yep, sounds good. Weather we've done.
No, we've done weather. News.
Local news.
Right. We're back after these.
Found yourself scrolling for hours but still baffled by bookkeeping? In the dark about how to make the most of digital marketing? At Business Gateway, we get it. Whether you're starting up or looking to strengthen your business, we offer free support when and where you need.
The world time has come to. To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to. To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so the world time has come to.
and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to. To move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. Time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set
And in the meantime, we'll be heading back down to Parc Fermé.
Parc Fermé indeed. It's a lovely morning down here. Monday, the 5th of May, just come at 29 minutes to 9 o'clock. David Dignan's been around. We're going to be chatting to him at 9 o'clock. He is the man in charge of all this, puts it all together, and the whole responsibility is on his shoulders. We don't put it together on his own. He's got a big team behind him, but he is the man in charge right now. And so he's been in. We'll be catching up with him at 9 o'clock. You're looking at some bikes at the moment. We're looking at what rider number, Mr. Moffat? Sorry, he's busy talking. I thought he was behind me, but he is. 66 is there, so that's the sort of numbers we're up to. And they go off at every minute. First rider of the way was at 7:30, and we're here till 11 o'clock each and every weekday morning. We've been asking, Peter been asking about the 6 Days Trial magazine. It's available, it's £5, and it's available in various outlets throughout the town. I think most fuel stations have it, and it's well worth getting. It's a good souvenir. But whatever you're doing, thanks for joining us. And you want to get in contact, there's many ways you can get in contact with us at the studio, and we'll get messages down here on Parc Fermé. Is that correct, Simon?
So I was just plugging out the headphones in. Yeah, how to get in contact. You can WhatsApp us 01397 706 100. You can phone us on this exact same number. That's 01397 706 100. You can email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk. You can get us on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official, and you can find us on YouTube as well. Just look for Nevis Radio Official there too.
Exactly.
And on that, I've got a few people here to mention.
Go on then.
First off, Karen's watching on YouTube, so good morning, Karen. And we've also got an email from Joan saying, good morning, and can we say good luck to number 77, Thomas Moss. Apparently it's his first SSDT.
Well, there's a few of those, I think. Novice, rookies, whatever they call them these days.
I guess so.
Is that the same Joe, pre-65 Joe?
Yes, it is.
Joan, yeah. Always sort of gets contact. It's always good to hear from her. Down in Devon, is she that way?
I'm not too sure.
I think she lives down that way now. I might be wrong.
You've also got...
Mr. Moffat, he'll come back and he knows her quite well.
We've got Mark D'Amico. They should be tuned in now as well. So good morning to him.
And if people are coming through the website, because some people try and click to listen on the website, it doesn't work, does it?
Oh, no, it's a browser thing. It's proper technical, it's proper geeky. In short, just go in and where it says HTTPS, just remove the S and it should work fine. If you're struggling with it, just go to YouTube. That's the easiest, simplest option just now.
Yes.
For this week, just look us up on YouTube. Just go Nevis Radio Official. It's completely free. You don't need to do anything. Don't need to do any extra downloads or installations or that. It just works.
Absolutely. We're now joined by David. David's joined the team down here. The full team for the day has arrived.
I feel I need to play some A-Team music.
A-Team?
Yeah.
Have you got any?
No, funny enough. So where's he gone? Is he gone for a cup of tea? Is that what you're saying?
He's behind me.
All right.
If I do this on his back, you see, it's like a little calling. He'll say, "Oh, hello. Am I on now? Are you on? Are you live, lovey?
Sorry?
You're live. You're live on the radio.
I am now because
Yes.
I've got my microphone on. Very good.
Say hello to Joan Westbrook.
John Westbrook, former
She in Devon.
rider
I was just
at
saying, she's in
365.
Devon way. She lives.
Down that direction, yeah.
I think so. But supports the pre-65 and has done.
Yeah, keen supporter of motorcycle trials. In fact, I think there's still a Joan Westbrook trophy at the pre-65 for the best lady competitor. Or
There you
female
go.
competitor, whatever you call it now, yeah.
You've been chatting to lots of people.
Yeah, I was speaking to Mrs. Creena Darling, the widow of the former clerk of the course at the Scottish 6 Days trial, the late Willie Darling, super enthusiast of the sport, and yeah, put a lot of time and effort into this particular trial. He rode it several times, and he also rode the pre-65 trial quite a number of times back in the day, and he was actually on the podium, as it would be now. I think he got a third place at the pre-65 some many years ago. And I've known the Darlings since, well, I was a teenager. In fact, I knew Willie before that because he used to come to my dad's house in Bathgate to get his competition licence. So, yeah, Willie died, I think it was around about 2005. And that's the section that they have, or have had in the past, called WDs, named in his honour. WD meaning, obviously, Willie Darling.
Very good. And you're at the pre-65 yourself this year, weren't you? And look around. Was it good?
I was spectating down there, yeah. It was good. Quite a hard trial now. A lot of the older lads are finding it a bit tougher now. I think they've tightened up a lot of the sections. But that's because the type of bikes they're using now, they're a bit more modern, as it were. And the riders, high-grade riders. I mean, it was one on 0 marks. It was Jimmy Noble on the 500 aerial, took top award. But equal scores with local man for Fort William, Gary MacDonald. And I was asking, you know, our trial at the Highland Classic that we have in June, if we've got a tie break on 0 marks, we always go look at the date of birth. And we go by the oldest rider. But the pre-65 still have this biggest bike and then oldest rider. My concern with that is you don't know what's in a motorcycle, and the only legal way of finding out is to measure it, and that costs a lot of money because you've got to strip the engine down to do that. You can't just pour petrol in the plug hole and pop it back out and see how much comes out cc's wise. So I think it's a wee bit flawed that way, because technically in the rule book, if you're going to put it down to a bike, how do you know a guy's got a 498 or a 496 or whatever he's declared? The only way to do is that to have a scrutineer measure it, and there's only so many people in the country that are actually qualified to do that. It's an engineering job, that. So I like the oldest rider idea, because then you've got a stable platform to work with. Taking the age, the age of the bike or the size of the bike or anything to do with the machine, there's so much modifications going now, you cannot be 100% sure. Whereas if you're lying about your age, bring your birth certificate with you next year, you know. But no, it was a great trial. It went well, and the weather was kind to us. And I had good fun watching the sections. I was in the company of previous winner, twice previous winner, Alan Wright from Solihull. Poor Alan, he's got Parkinson's now, and he doesn't keep too good. So I actually got him up the hill, up to Colston Cone, and he was so enthusiastic. Yeah. He was discussing all the rides going past, and then I helped him back down the hill because he has a wee bit of difficulty walking now. It's not so good. So Alan was there, and we had a great laugh, and I think he was appreciating of the company. And I've known him a long time now too. I've known a lot of people a long time, the older you get, of course, being a retired chap. But no, it was a great weekend, and fair play to the Edinburgh and District Pre-65 Committee for putting on that event. It's still very popular, but unfortunately they've lost the parking facility in Kinlochleven, and that's been withdrawn completely. So they were, asking people to park sensibly, and I didn't hear any bad comments, so everything seemed to go well. But the spectator base dropped a little bit because a lot of these spectators now come with camper vans, and obviously a lot of the campsites were pretty well full. So that's it. Just one of these things, I'm afraid.
And who organises the Pre-65?
The same motor club that organises the Scottish 6 Days, that's the Edinburgh and District Motor Club Limited. They are responsible for both events, but they've got two separate committees.
That's what I was going to ask. It must be it'd be hard to do both, I'd have thought. Yeah,
well, they used to do both. I mean, Creana Dallin, who was blethering away to there, Willie and Pete Bremner and a lot of the boys that were on the 6 Days committee. The Pre-65 started in 1984 as a diversion event, and that was to take the heat off the sections at Achlane Farm and take people away from the forestry, because they were parking in the forest where they had no rights to do so. And the police came to the Edinburgh and District Club at that time and said, look, you either sort this problem out with the parking issue, or you don't get to use the sections. We won't let you park at the side of the roads, etc. So, you take it on board what the police say, because obviously they're concerned about safety and everything and well-being. So they looked at it, and Eric McNamara was the clerk of the course at that time, the 6 Days. So they said, look, Pre-65 is getting popular. Why don't we try and organise a Pre-65 event to maybe take people away just for one day? So it was run on a Tuesday. I think it was the 8th of May 1984, and they moved that. They created this trial, and they got some of the previous stars to ride it. The Lampkins came up to ride it, and a few other ones, and I think there was 96 riders that year, and that took the heat off the Scottish 6 Days, but it created its own problem, because then it was so popular that then the next year they said, well, we'll run it again, but they said, well, Tuesday's a bit of a faff, and we've solved the problem at Achlane, so they run it on the Saturday. And then in 1997 they upped the ante to run it as a 2-day trial, but obviously on the Friday, Saturday, because they didn't want to impact on the Sunday weigh-in, and that's how the Pre-65 was formed. So it was really the 6 Days people used to go down to Kinlochleven, lay the course out, and some of them even rode in it. But it got bigger and bigger and bigger, so it got to the point where the two things actually fragmented, and the Pre-65 committee was formed, and it all sort of took off more so when Jim McComb retired from the Scottish 6 Days in 1994 at the end of the trial, and Ali Finlay came on board here to take over the secretary's job, and Jim McComb and George Turner moved across to the Pre-65 side of things, and it really started to ramp up round about then. So by about 10 years that event had created its own event status worldwide as well. Well, Europe-wide, because you can't ride as an American because of the insurance side of things, and but basically still under the same limited liability company is classed as the promoter, but it's devolved down to the separate committees of the Edinburgh District, that's being the Pre-65 committee and the SSDT committee that we've got to this day.
I didn't realise it was quite like that. It's amazing. Good stuff.
Yeah. There you go.
Good events, and as I say, well-supported events locally, which is what it's about.
Yeah, well, that's right. It brings a bit of income to the community each year. Both trials do. I wouldn't say it causes any problems, but it has issues. They've got to be concerned of the local environment and everything nowadays. Everything's moved on. Things have changed in the last 40 years, the way land is managed, for example. and that's something they've always got to be very careful of. But like most motor clubs, the way to do it is to work very, very closely with the landowner and, if applicable, the government agencies that control the land up here now, because even the Forestry Commission's changed. It's now Forest and Land Scotland, who's looking after land that belongs to the Crown, etc. So even it's changed. Its whole infrastructure is different now too. So that's the way.
I guess it needs to. I mean, it's a beautiful part of the world, and things can damage it irreparably if we're not careful.
Yeah, well, take the Kinlochleven area, the famous section pipeline, which the Scottish uses as well, I believe, still using it. Pipeline is slap bang in the centre of the Leven Valley SSI, and that's controlled and looked after.
SSI, it stands for?
Site of Special Scientific Interest. Yeah. The statute for that came out in 1948. Well, in Scotland, the SSIs are governed and controlled and managed by what's called Nature Scot now, used to be called Scottish Natural Heritage, or SNH for short. They've got a local office down here. They look after all these SSIs. So to get permission to ride on pipeline, you need permission from the landowner, which is Jahama Estates, and you also need the permission and the nod from Nature Scot as well. So you've got 2 permissions to get just for that one section, or any other ones in the SSI in Kinlochleven. And I made some inquiries some years ago, because I actually worked for Nature Scot for 11 years. Not on the management side of the ground, it was in the procurement side I was in, but I knew 1 or 2 of the scientists, etc. And I went to David Genny and I said to him, look, what's the score down in Kinlochleven with the SSI Leven Valley? He said, bryophytes. I said, what's that then? And it's little waxy sort of plants. Look a wee bit like a cactus to me, but anyway, they grow on the hillside, and if these plants weren't there, you wouldn't have Kinlochleven. And I said, why do you mean? He said, well, there'd be so much flooding. He said Kinlochleven would just get floods after flood, because these little plants hold the moisture back up on the hills, the hillsides. Otherwise, if it was just rock face, the water would plane off into the River Leven, and whoosh, off you go. And of course, there's been a couple of big floods in the past years, many years, down in that area. They lost the Charlton Hotel, I think it was 1962 or 63. People down there will probably remember it, be able to correct me if I'm wrong with the dates. And that was just when the River Leven went into more than a spate. It was a flood, and it took a hotel with it.
Wow.
It just collapsed. And that's happened a few times. But these plants apparently are very, very useful to the ecology, and that's what it's all about.
Just don't think about it, either. Something as small as that can make a big difference in the world.
I mean, it's the same with animals as well. They can't have too many deer, they can't have goats and stuff, because they eat this sort of stuff, So it's all very important, and if you do one thing, it impacts on the other. And I mean, we work on SNH. That's when I realised that the Scottish moorlands, like Saranac Moor, that captures carbon. And I went to
like a sponge almost.
Yeah, basically, it draws it out of the atmosphere and it locks it in, and it holds it in for millions of years. And if you actually drain a bog, then when you're getting rid of your carbon battery, it's not storing that carbon anymore. And that's something I had no idea about until I was actually working there, and we went on a little course thing that they had at one of the open days, and it was all explained, and I thought, didn't know that. So now you do.
Do you know what time it is?
I think it's time for
the thought of the day. And we're going to say hello to Mr. David Sedgwick. A very good morning to you, David.
Good morning, John, and good morning, John. That's what an amazing start to the day, actually. And then to hear the professor talking about ecology and botany, I'm well impressed.
Check us out. You waiting? I'm liking it.
Yeah, see, look who we're looking at. We can see you, Mr. Sedgwick. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. Absolutely fine. No, doing well, actually. Doing well. Life is busy, but we're fitting things in here, and it's great to be here with everybody.
Yeah, I'm going to say you're a very busy man, and obviously sorting stuff out with Palestinians and all that sort of stuff going on, and that's not got better, is it yet?
No, we hope that it is going to get better. We live in hope for that, and that's certainly an important thing. I was in Rwanda 2 months ago for a couple of weeks teaching surgical skills there, which was a great trip again. So that's always a good country to go and see the way it's changed since the genocide in 31 years ago, 1994.
When you go back, it must give you a lot of hope for the future, does it?
Absolutely, yeah. No, I mean, it's. I mean, there was almost 1 million people killed in 100 days in 1994, and they've turned it round. There's a most amazing reconciliation and building of a new society, which they're all Rwandans. They're not Hutus and Tutsis anymore. They're Rwandans, and that does give us a lot of hope, actually. And it's good that the Scottish Government is actually supporting Rwanda as well.
Amen to that, I'd say. Well, you're in thought for the day for each and every day this week. Down here on Thursday as usual?
Down on Friday. I'll be down on Friday, actually. Yeah, no, Thursday's going to be a different day because I'm actually in St Monans, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to link in on Teams and do it from there.
Well, hark at you, the modern man.
We're getting well high-tech with this business now.
I'll pass over to you then, David.
OK, good morning, John, Simon and all the team down at Parc Fermé, and to all the listeners. A special welcome to all the riders, their families and support teams for the Scottish 6-day trial. It's great to have you back in Lochaber. 2 unusual things happened last week. Firstly, I went to the Hibs Dundee United game at Easter Road on Saturday with my 2 sons and 2 grandsons. Many of you know me as the High-B surgeon at the Belford Hospital, and you'll probably say that's not particularly unusual. But what was unusual was that we ended up in the standing area behind the goals in the midst of the Hibs Ultras. After emerging from under the massive banner covering our section as the teams came out onto the pitch, we watched an exciting game with constant clapping, singing, drumming, cheering, and there was a great camaraderie and unity of purpose expressed with great enthusiasm by this group of loyal supporters. I hasten to add that I didn't always sing along with some of the songs which were expressing sentiments that I, as a Christian, couldn't really affirm. There's obviously a great feeling of belonging amongst the fans in that area, which gives them a real sense of identity and a common purpose. Many of the visitors to Fort William this week have a similar feeling. They've been coming here year after year to compete in or spectate at the Scottish 6-day trial. There's a real enjoyment in coming together here in Lochaber in the first week of May. A famous English poet, John Donne, who became Dean of St Paul's Cathedral in London in the 17th century, wrote, "No man is an island, entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent." In other words, you and I have been created to live in community, belonging to a group and not just living in isolation. We may all be different, but we all have a special purpose and function within our community. The Bible talks about this community being like the parts of a body, and each person can function best when the parts care equally about each other and there's no division in the body. If one part suffers, every part suffers with it. If one part is honoured, every part rejoices with it. That's what our community should be like. Everyone does different jobs, paid or unpaid, in the community. But no job is more important than another one, and they all work together. This is the sort of situation that God wants us to live in, and in which we will thrive and find the greatest fulfilment. The second unusual and sad thing that happened last week was hearing of the death of Mike Peters at the age of 66. He was the frontman of the 80s punk band The Alarm, and many of you who listen to my thoughts for the day will know that I often end one of my thoughts with a song from The Alarm. He had a 30-year battle with the blood cancers, lymphoma, and then leukemia. He didn't spend his time feeling sorry for himself and just looking after his own needs. He and his wife, Jules, were talking about their vision for the community 16 years ago, and for families affected by cancer. We came up with an ambitious plan to help spread love, hope, and strength, because that's what got us through our own experiences of dealing with a cancer diagnosis. They said they have formed formal support networks, funded special treatments in cancer centres in various countries around the world. They've also registered more than 250,000 people onto a blood stem cell registry to give, so far, 4,500 life-saving matches to give hope to those with blood cancer. He and Jules have shown that they want to give something back to others to build a better community. Mike Peters often expressed his Christian faith in his songs. I've often requested Rescue Me, but today, in tribute to him, let's listen to the song about Jesus' love shown in laying down his life for us. A striking lyric in the second verse is, the law of the jungle says, you look after yourself. But I remember this much, I love as I've been loved myself. Thanks for listening. Mike Peters, R.I.P.
I believe we will be playing your song. However, I've been advised we need to swap back over to speak to David Dignan, Clerk of the Course.
Okay.
Are you waiting for us?
I was told we had to come straight back.
Why?
Well, I'll play a song then.
I thought we were doing a tune.
I thought we were doing a tune too. So, sorry, David. What was the tune again, please?
Blaze of glory. Going out in a blaze of glory.
We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to. To move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly. The world time has come to.
I'm Emma, and I'd like to tell you about a great day out in Fort William. Here at the Highland Soap Company, we make organic soap and skincare products. You'll find us in hotels and gift shops across the country and even worldwide. Come and visit us and see how it's all made. We have a beautiful shop, and our lovely larder cafe makes delicious lunches, coffees and cakes. Set in 6 acres of parkland beside a ruined castle with views across Ben Nevis. It's a wonderful day out for family and friends. I hope to see you very soon.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it slowly.
Rough casting.
We are indeed. You know what? It's all busy down here. We're sort of trying to get stuff sorted out. David Dignan's due on at 9 o'clock, and I can't see the clock anymore. About 4 minutes to go, so we're trying to track him down. Oh, there he is. He's working his way round. And we're sort of in a bit of a relocation, so we say where we're sitting. I don't know what you're looking at the moment. Is it me? No idea. But, yeah, it's a bit busy. And back at the studio, it's busy there as well.
It's busy. I got people WhatsApping us as well, trying to get different links for different things, so I'm trying to help them out as well.
Very good. That's what it's about. No, I was trying to get stuff sorted out, and all of a sudden, oh, back to you. OK, this is the way it works here. But we'll be talking to the guys from Michelin around about 10:15 this morning.
OK.
The idea.
So basically what you're saying is things are evolving as we speak.
You know the way it works. They've gone to get their breakfast now, apparently. They can't talk without breakfast. Go on, lovies, off you go. See you later. Bye-bye. There you go.
Yeah, that's him. That's the Michelin crew away for the breakfast now, and yeah, it's all to play for. Why are we sitting here again?
Well, Mr. Dignan's coming.
Oh, right, okay.
So I can't stand too much. I've got a bit of a dodgy leg.
I've got you.
So.
I've got you.
So there's a bit more
We're
symptoms
out
going
at the
down.
two tyres desk at the moment. We're out in the open air, almost, aren't we?
Yeah.
Am I covering anybody's
Probably.
logo?
Probably knowing
well.
you. Probably.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, do you want to do a quick tune or anything, and then we'll get David sorted out and come back to us? Oh, here he comes. Here he is.
There you are.
Are you,
On
are you
cue.
swapping places? Am I?
I don't know. Do you want to interview David?
I can do.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll swap
Got it.
places. I'll give him a microphone.
Got it.
8:57.
I know, we're early.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on, it's your turn. You get my microphone, David. I'll give you mine.
Right, John, ask him loads of proper awkward questions, because he made me do a speech. It's only fair.
Do you?
Yeah.
Here we go. I'm delighted to be joined on David's Radio on this Monday.
Good morning.
Live and exclusive. David Dignan. You're on. Are you forward yet? You're on. Morning, David.
Am I live, am I?
You're live.
Okay, thank you.
You're live. It is Monday, day one. You're now in charge. From 7:30, I've been told.
Yes, it is, unfortunately, or fortunately, as you can call that. Yes, 7:30, the trial begins. The position of clerk of the course is then responsible for the well-being of the whole trial.
It's a task, but you seem to enjoy it.
Well, I think we wouldn't be sort of doing it if we didn't enjoy it. I think that's the first and foremost thing. So, there's no point in getting panicky about it. I've said this before. You know, you have to take it, you deal with it, and you know, you move on.
Yeah, and although you're here today, there's a big team behind you, isn't there, as well?
Of course. You know, we always say this, you know, I'm just the mouthpiece, as we'll call it sometimes, as maybe people would say, but I'm the face of it in the Nevis Radio, and, you know, I'm just a little bit of the jigsaw. There's all the crews in behind it, there's observers, there's organising committee, you know, there's a vast of people involved in this.
And you talk about the observers. We haven't really spoken about them this morning at all. But how many's out there at the moment? Are you talking 20s?
So we have 30. We have 28 sections. And we have 2 or 3 in each one. So you know you could be up to sort of 60 observers, 60, 80 observers out there, whether it be from bikes onto vehicles walking. We have the garage crew in here. You know, so we have an array of officials, as we'll call them, observers. Then we have our route markers. Out, we have our marshals out.
The route markers are the ones putting the little orange flags out. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, the assistant clerk of the courses, as we call them. So they're out, setting out for tomorrow. But today we have the route marshals who are there to, we'll call police the event, make sure things are running as smooth as we can. We talk about all the spectators sections in the Highlands. We've not got a great deal of parking anywhere.
Always the way.
So it is exactly. So we've got to try our best and manage these sort of situations before they get to a situation. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to. You know, that's what these guys are out there doing.
So you're getting feedback all the time. There could be something happening here. This is getting a bit busy. Can we do anything?
So we use WhatsApp.
Not the WhatsApp groups.
So I'm not but for this week, it's a fantastic tool.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have different groups, and our marshals are out. 7 o'clock. I had one of our volunteers from London that comes up every year, Gary Matthews, and he's out 7 o'clock, making sure the lambs are off the road up at Balnafrushach there.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a brilliant event, and thanks for having Nevis Radio back as well, as we've been involved with it quite a few years now, and sort of seeing it evolve. It changes every year, and I think that's what these sort of organisations and events have to do in it, to sort of, you know, the whole environment's changing, the world's changing, and what's required's changing, I guess.
Yeah, well, look at people's expectations change.
Yes.
Right, and we have to change with that. So we've spoken about that with yourselves and everything. So I think we try and keep up with that. We try and I'm trying to be on the curve rather than off it in a sense. And you know, I'm a great believer in that. You're better to try something than not do anything.
Yeah.
If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then think about it again. But I think all the I mean, I'd like to just, you know, we'll take a couple of minutes obviously to talk about the course today, you know, because to try and get my message out on there. But when I do the course for this year, you know, I have certain days that I kind of keep, we'll say copy and paste as we'll call it, but we still have different sections, different days. So the freshness has got to be there.
Yeah, and I'm putting the sections together with before we started when the first ride was going away. Today's normally an easier day for the rider deliberately, just to sort of ease them in. And obviously, some people have never ridden this trial before at all. I mean, how easy is it to make it? It's going to be challenging, but it's going to be a nicer day. Is that a better way of putting it?
So Mondays, I'm not saying traditionally an easier day.
No.
So I try not to change Monday, so it's a familiar day. So
Okay.
I would call it a familiar day. But it's also geared around the spectators as well. Okay, so we have the spectator areas. We have a lot of tracks today, a small bit of main road.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, I try and make it a medium day. I mean, we set out every day with a number of sections severity, and I try and balance that out. People might not think that, but we do.
Yeah. So it's like an equation you're putting together, right? One tough bit here, a bit easier bit there, and trying to, you say.
So when I kind of work with the assistant clerk of the courses for setting out, we try and easy, medium to hard, and we try and get that balance to do that. Because I mean, I said many times, I say that the clubmen are obviously the majority, and they are what makes this trial kind of tick. As we'll call it. Yeah, we've got the top 20, top 50, top 100, whatever, and everybody, that's who everybody talks to. But everybody has their own battle.
Yeah.
Whether you're down in 200, you have a battle with your mate, or whatever. So, you just because the top boys are fighting for a win, the clubmen, down at the other end are fighting to beat their mate. Just,
Yeah, no, it's challenges on many different levels, which I suppose you've just got to do.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, what's your favourite day? Have you got a favourite day you love yourself?
Do you know this? I don't. Maybe for this year, tomorrow is probably, I would have said a favourite day for me, because it's got what I would like to think of as the Scottish 6 days, which is, moor work, quite a long moor work.
I think for us who's never been involved in it, I think I'll go back when Ross was doing it and he filmed it, and you didn't realise how far these moors went on and what you're driving through, because we don't see that doing what we do.
No.
It doesn't. It's not climbing up hills, it's not climbing up rocks, but when you see just going across the bog and the moor, it's amazing how difficult that is. Well,
we try not to do bogs. Because for the environmental, that's my phone now ringing.
All right, so it's not mine.
Who's that? What's on there? It'll ring off. It'll come
no,
back.
I mean, that's say from our point of view, that's the bit we don't see, and it goes on.
So typical. So tomorrow, I have one stretch of moor which is 12 miles.
Yeah.
Right, now that's probably the longest, and that's quite ununique now, where 20, 30 years ago that was the norm.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, simply because of the challenges that we face for the environment and everything, that we have to be conscious of that as well. So we would stay out of bogs. Stay out of peat hags, and we would try and stay on the hard. And we work we work very closely with Nature Scott, all the landowners. Obviously, that's an obvious statement, but so we have the agencies that we.
So much permissions you've got to get and boxes ticked, I guess.
Yeah, like everything else, and one of our assistant clerk of course is Mike McNiven, so he looks after all the consents for the triple SI sort of Nature Scott aspect of it, and we do pre and post pictures, reports, so it's a sort of a year-on-year sort of all year round approach to it.
Yeah, and I'd say the recovery of the ground after you've been across there is important as well, I guess. And
100%. So again, most of our routes that we're using are mainly recovering within the year. On that, and that's quite a gauge for us, type of thing. So we're very fortunate. We're at the start of the growing season. We let the summer take care of itself and come back to it again. So on that.
And when you woke up this morning and saw the weather forecast, you might have been a quite happy man, I guess.
Well, I guess if you look in Le Havre, anybody that lives in Le Havre like you do now, and in a sense that we wake up and we take the forecast as it is today. But long term, it's been sort of mixing the last 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm happy enough. It's one thing I can't control, irrespective of what maybe people thought last year, that I put a nice rainy day on for Thursday. But anyway, you know, I would adapt it in the morning, and that's what I would try and look at. So I take it as I get up in the morning. But yes, today is a nice day. Yesterday was a lovely day, and I must admit, standing at the parade yesterday, that was one of the busiest Sunday parades I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. I got stuck in the car park. You probably saw my van here when we were doing our rehearsals yesterday. And all of a sudden, 100 or so bikes just started up around me. I'd never had a tinkle go down my back like it. It was amazing.
Yeah.
The noise and the smell. And I was saying to John that the friendship, comradeship and selfies going on and people taking the mickey out of each other. It was like a little festival down there yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what the Sunday's about.
Yeah.
Today's then now the serious stuff. I mean, after the parade yesterday, we had our safety briefing for the riders on that, and again, I would just sort of reiterate that out onto the folk of Lochaber. You know, again, I've asked the riders to, you're the face of the trial, and they are, to be respectful to other road users when they're on the road. But likewise, when you're out on the roads, we are now starting at the start of the season, as we call it. The roads are busy, and again, please, you know, be respectful to each other. I think that's all we ask throughout the day. You know, the kind of highways, as we'll call it.
Yeah, no, it's got to work both ways. Yeah, some people don't understand what all this is about, and they do. Yeah, they consider it a nuisance, I guess, if you're being honest. But it does work both ways, and it brings a lot to the area, and a lot of people up here visiting the area come back as well for future holidays. I noticed that. Yeah, I mean, you know, from years ago, the Scottish Six Days was the only circus in town. No. Right? Where it's not now. No. So therefore, but it's still a nostalgia journey. You know, first week in May is 6 Day week, and for Fort William and the Lochaber area, it always, hopefully always will be on that. But as I say, you know, I think for me the increase in traffic on the road just kind of heightens the awareness for us, or for myself as an organiser, and being responsible for it. And we work quite closely with the local police. Again, and the bikes that are out, you know, the police bikes that are out there, there's 3 out there this week. So again, yeah, look, that's really important. And contrary to belief, they're here, you know, they're there to help me run this, or not me, but you know, run this event. Not to hinder it, not to do anything, but yeah, you know, I try and give that message out to the support vans, because they're the travelling circus round, is including my own son's out, obviously there with his support van, with my other son. So you know, we all do it, and yeah. So again, the message is, like I said yesterday, is be respectful. Do not park where you would not normally park. Again, the police would say, you know, 4 wheels off there where appropriate, not just because you can get the vehicle over. And yeah, just sort of, I mean, one aspect I kind of highlighted at our briefing yesterday is that this event started in 1909, right? And it had 3 elements, you know, well, not at that point, but today's event has got 3 main elements. The observation is the obvious one, but reliability is the other, and endurance is the third. So all these parts matter, and the reliability part of it has, you know, so when you go out in the morning, you know, you wouldn't see anybody until you got back here at night, and that was the case before mobile phones, before anything like that. So we're now, they're a bit more supported through the day, we'll call it. I'll not use any other words, but you know, so that's a message. You know, this is not a babysitting service. No. Right? John Lampkin would always say to me, you know, it is the Scottish 6 Day Trials. Keep it as the Scottish 6 Day Trials, and it's a challenge. You know, it doesn't need to be a dangerous challenge. It just needs to be a challenge. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, as I say, it's up there with, it's a world-class event, and that's what it needs to be there and stay there. Well, look,
I think I'm very fortunate again because I get to travel, supporting Ben.
You've seen other ones as well, yeah.
We do the world rounds, we do all that. I think there's room and there's space for many types of events that use a trials bike.
Yeah.
You know, from the modern day to the twin shocks to the pre-65s. You know, there's a vast amount of different types of trials events that all use the same bike or similar.
Yeah.
And I think we've all got to be respectful for that.
Every sports, yeah.
100%, yeah.
Absolutely. No. Well, then we're going to catch up with you each and every day morning this week, and I think John's going to ask some questions tomorrow. It's normally about timekeeping, his interest now. That's all working, the electronic side of it.
I mean, I would just kind of like to, you know, today we have the 2 village halls.
Yeah.
We have Appen, which is down at Big Dars Barn.
Oh, for the rest stops, yeah.
Yeah, well, not for spectators.
Spectators, yeah.
Okay, so we have the big spectators area, which is down in Kintallen, obviously, and down in Dura, on there. So please support them into the village halls. They rely on the spectators, you know, for all year round on there. So I'd like to make a point on that. As I say, they're always very supportive of the event. Onto that, you've got Clerk again as well, which is very busy on that type of thing.
Home baking.
Well, John, I have my own home baking, so I was just having a wee look. And we'll not go into lunch boxes. I don't do lunch boxes, so I'm not going to go around that one.
Just as well. I think we stopped the lunchbox solving.
We did. I'll not start that one again. Okay, from that. Okay.
Have you got a tune you want played? Favourite band?
Any Celtic stuff.
Can't put Simon Everly. I'll tell you what about the new one from Tidelines. It's on the B list, I believe.
Yeah, I'm typing, but my fat fingers are pressing all the buttons.
Go
so
to B list.
Just hang on a minute here, and we'll get.
We actually just to
put him on the spot. Because apparently you put him on the spot.
No.
He says you put him on the spot on Friday.
Oh right, okay, yeah, no, I did actually.
Yeah,
no. He spoke very well. It was very nice to see him there. So Gary Innes Le Haber Live.
Yeah.
They use our office.
Yes.
On there, so we'll take a wee tune from Gary at some point.
Yeah,
you know
we'll do that
what
as well.
kind of stuff on there.
Are we doing a man run train today, or are we doing Tidelines today?
Do Tidelines right now, because you've got that ready.
Okay, right. We'll come back to that Gary Innes tune, but yeah.
Because they did really well actually. They tried to get into the top 10. They got to number 11 in the UK singles.
Close.
And they got to number 1 on the Scottish singles this week.
Oh, good. And that's with Mountains That We Climb.
Yeah, off their new album, was it Glasgow Love?
Okay. And if you like it, you can buy it, stream it, and all that kind of business too.
Buy it on vinyl. I've got my copy.
There you go, you see. Right. Thank you very much.
I won it today. It's not doing anything funny. And they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet. But to last long as well, it's ideal, really. tyre is such an important part. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Business across the West Coast.
This is day one of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day one, basking in the sunshine in a car park in Fort William.
Isn't it always like this, though?
Yeah, every year. It's always been the same.
Same.
Too hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a fan in here now.
Scorch you. Yeah, I'm actually feeling the heat on the back of my neck now.
It's the back of the neck, isn't it?
Coming through the back of the display here, and it says 8 degrees. It feels colder on the hands. I don't know why, because there's no real wind. The flags aren't even moving, so there's no real wind chill factor, is there?
I think it's a heated microphone aside. We need a
heated microphone.
Yeah, microphone handle or something like that.
You can get them.
Yeah, I don't want to complain.
I'm gonna Google them now.
Well,
It
they
would
can
be
get.
nice.
He did handlebar grips for the bikes.
Well,
He used to be doing that
there's
for a
one thing.
while.
Must be some way they can do it. Be quite nice.
Don't see it so much now, but they used to
Interesting
have
chat
them.
to David. Really calm and cool. And as he said, it's too late to panic now.
Well, if it's not organised now, it won't be organised because the trial's underway. So, and he's, the chief executive officer of this event, being Clerk.
He
of
wears
course.
it well, I think.
Well, he's done it a few years now. This is more than one, and I think this is his 4th year, is it?
I think it's 3rd or 4th. Yeah,
3rd or 4th, because we did have the COVID intervention where we missed the Scottish for 2 years, and we covered that on Nevis Radio, sort of studio to studio almost, didn't we? Yeah. It's all good. So it's all to play for, and full entry list of 288 riders, I believe. So 80 newcomers. So it'll be quite an interesting week, and we'll be interested. Well, we're having interviews with interesting people, and I think David's got to try and come down every day this week, isn't he? Yeah.
We'll try and catch up with the secretarial team as well, because I know they're very busy.
Yeah.
They've been helping us out. Got our copies of the 6 Days Trial what's it? Brochure magazine.
Program. Official program. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're available various places throughout the town, and I think they've got them down here as well.
Yeah.
£5.
Yeah, £5. They were doing them online as well, but a wee bit more expensive, obviously, because of postage and everything. But yeah, they're available in the town.
Collectible, I guess people collect them. I know you've sort of got quite a few in your collection, I guess.
Yeah, well, I've got them from 1947 to now.
Any holes in the thing at all? Any ones you're looking for?
No, I've got them all. In fact, in some cases, I've got more than one of the same edition. So I've actually sold a few, believe it or not, because people have been wanting them. Because maybe their father or grandfather rode a particular year. So if I've got extra copies, I'd say, well, okay, yeah, bung me the postage and a bit to buy myself breakfast or lunch, and you can have it.
1963, was that a good year?
62.
1963.
63, not a bad year. Rider number 1 that year was Ali Cameron from Fort William. I don't know what the weather was like. I think 63, let me think now, I've got a funny feeling it might have been one of Sammy Miller's wins then, because he was coming up to... No, wait a minute. When did he first win? Yeah, no, I think he won at 63, because Miller went from the aerial in 64 win to winning the next year on the Spanish Bultaco. And that's when trials changed, when the Bultos come on the scene. It was one of these jump step-ups where the sport sort of took off again from the big heavyweight 4-stroke to the lightweight 2-stroke, and then in the 80s, but 85, the Yamaha monoshock came in, and that changed the whole game as well. So 63, probably quite a good year. Still starting from Edinburgh and finishing down there, of course. And I think 63... Oh, no, sorry, I lie. 1963, I've just remembered, was the year that Arthur John Lampkin won on the BSAC 15. So apologies to Arthur. Yeah, that wasn't a Miller win. That was a Lampkin win. And, of course, there was great rivalry between Sammy Miller and the Lampkins, plural, because you had, at that time, you had to beat Arthur Lampkin, who was an established superstar, and his younger brother, Alan Raymond Charles Lampkin, who won then the Scottish 6 Days in 1966 on a BSA, and he also pulled off the win at the Scott Trial the very same year. And Sid's up watching this week. So
I love the way the family has just grown and grown and grown and keeps going. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's been carried through. I mean, it was really Arthur that started off the Lampkin dynasty, and now we've got Dougie's sons riding, Alfie and the other brother, Frazier, who's more an enduro rider, having his first go this year. So there's the 3 Lampkins. So 3 Lampkins are back in the trial again. So it's quite good to see that. It's an absolute dynasty for that family from Silsden. But originally from the London area.
Yeah.
Arthur's father, Arthur Senior, he came up, I think it was during the war. Arthur was actually born down in the London area, and then the whole family migrated to Silsden in Yorkshire, and then they had the firm A.A. Lampkin Engineers in the town, which Arthur then eventually took over and worked there with Sid.
I was watching Dougie sort of in here yesterday getting sorted out, and they say a load of people they still want his autograph. He's up there and he's done well for the sport.
Yeah, yeah. Well, 12 times winner of the World Championships. I mean, a fantastic rider. No 2 ways about it.
How's he going to do this week? How do you think?
Dougie, never write him off.
Never.
He's one of these riders that he knows what it takes to win the Scottish, but you've got other people involved now. You've your previous winner, James Dable. James doesn't ride as much now, admittedly, but James is a really cool character. He's always good to interview. He's always quite relaxed. You never see him in a flat, well, I haven't anyway. And of course this year we've got previous world champion having a go again, Adam Raga. I'd be interested to see how Adam goes.
Yeah.
I know it's not a given, because you're a world champion, you can just come along here and win the Scottish 60s.
He's been away from the Scottish, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been away for 25 years. I think it was 1999.
Wow.
He rode a gas with in company of Geordie Tarras.
Is that just other events, or his life?
Well, his life took a change just at that time, and he was a world championship contender, and I think that's what did it. Dougie Lampkin didn't ride the Scottish for quite a few years because of his commitment to the World Series, and the fact is it's a stock permitted event, whereas the Scottish 6 days was slightly different in as far as a no-stop event, which it still is, and it's, you know, all these miles of the moors. So, and not only that, you know, you were expecting them to ride the Scottish one week and then next week jump ahead back to the World Series, and that was the problem. So Dougie always said he would do the Scottish again once he stopped riding in the World Trials Championships, and true to his word, he came back and then he cleaned up. And what was it, 13 wins he's had, something like that? Might be 14, I might have got it wrong. I can never keep count of these things. So multiple winner of the Scottish 6 days, and in keeping with the Lampkin dynasty, the three brothers, Arthur, Sid, or Alan, proper name, and of course the late Martin Lampkin, who was a 3 times world champion in himself, and sorry, he was the first world champion, not 3 times. He won the Scottish 6 days trial 3 times on the trot.
Oh, right, okay.
So, yeah, a very famous rider in his own right, and at that time, bull tackle works rider.
I don't know.
I don't know what that message
stuck
was.
Out the van. There's a van. There's some legs and a head.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you got headphones in, you can't hear what they're saying.
People keep talking to me, I can't hear, and I've got my ears in.
It's probably something that we probably could do with doing a wee break, because I know we've got a chat coming up soon.
That's fine, yeah. I'll say that the boys are going to get the thing, so maybe do a break. And how about some Aretha Franklin, R-E-S-P-C-T?
I'm going to overrule you, because I was told of a tune of Leon.
Oh, is that you? Sorry,
that was
yes,
my one.
That's right, you do that one.
Well then, yeah, I'll pick a tune, and it's Leon with You and I.
Here we go.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain, and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so maybe you do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to
tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so maybe you do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
By Michelin and Gavin Cairns Rough Casting.
And very thank you for their sponsoring, as well as Thistle Access, Coms Western, the Charles Guru as well, and Two Tyres.
Supporting the outside broadcast here at the 2025 Scottish 6 Days Trial on Nevis Radio, of course.
It is indeed, and the breakfast order has been sent in.
Ah,
yeah,
that'll be interesting.
The breakfast order has been sent in. I don't know how it's going to go, but we'll work out one out, I suppose.
I might get a cup of tea, that's it, because I've had a nice breakfast this morning where I'm staying.
Here we go.
Lovely.
Go to breakfast.
Yeah.
You had time for breakfast, did
Poached eggs now. Poached eggs, bacon,
I thought you were all about the black pudding.
Ah, that's nickname BP.
BP?
We're not allowed to say it in the breakfast room because then everybody will want it, and it's only brought in as a special order, and when it's written down, notice it's BP, so that all the other guests don't see it.
JMBP.
Aye.
Blood pressure, that stands for, you know.
Well, yeah, I've got that, but I'm controlling it with Lisinopril. That's a trade name, I think.
Don't talk about tablets. I'm fed up with it. Maybe
Nice
the drugs don't work. Is the Verve did that? That would work for me for a song.
Yeah. Don't jump about early in the morning. You rattle a bit. That's what happens. Yeah.
Well, we've got one of our sponsors. They're coming in very, very short. They're just going to get their breakfast.
Yeah, they are. That's
boys.
the guys from Michelin or Michelin.
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 And obviously, there are other tyre manufacturers, but they're our main sponsor.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and Michelin have been involved for a few years now, haven't they? Yeah, and they give us these nice caps to wear.
They do.
But I've got an alternative cap, and so have you. We might put that on later on if you ask me a stupid question. I'll have to change caps.
Do we? Well, I did a quick change yesterday. We took our pictures down here yesterday.
You did, I noticed that. I was trying to share it, and then I noticed that Simon's one was actually, you know how it goes reverse when you take a picture?
He went posing, he went proper.
And I thought, I have to do that on my laptop, because then I can turn it round about with
Oh, you're telling me I've done it wrong?
Yes, it's all back to front, so...
I did notice.
Tried.
I didn't like to say.
Ruag.
Aye, that's right.
Yeah, instead of a guru.
Yeah, because if you look at the screen now, which the listeners won't see, but if you look on the video, Gavin Cairns is mirror image at the moment, because that's the one that's showing outside the Nevis Radio outside broadcast. And then
to be fair, we did discuss swapping it round, but we weren't too sure.
Well, the thing is, it's fine for the public that are in, but it's really for the radio, so nicking it round the other way would probably be a good idea, because then people would see it behind us as Gavin Cairns, because the interview area, that's got it up there along with Michelin.
We'll maybe do that after 11. We've got a few tweaks to make today. A few tweaks.
A couple of zip ties and you'll be rock and rolling.
That's how it is. Easy to do.
I think it's zip tied on, yeah. Oh yeah.
So where are you going today? Where's your big spectating?
More than likely I'll be going down to try and catch them down at Lagnaha if I can. I doubt if I'll actually be able to.
We're going to have a quick look at the route now anyway. I think that's the plan.
Park up. I'll be parking sensibly, but not parking up where everybody else goes, because I like to get back up to Fort William just in case there's any problems. I'll maybe try and catch them as they come up through Argyll, because they go to Big Dars Burn, and I can maybe sit by the roadside or in a lay-by somewhere just till they all go past, and then nip up to Lagnaha. It takes them a wee while to go over Lagnaha itself, because there's free subs there, but by the time it takes you to park the van up and then run across the road and sprint up the hill, they're away. That's the thing. So I think my wife will be stationed at Lagnaha and wait on them coming and just watch them through the sections, and then she'll meander her way back to Fort William leisurely and make the tea, maybe. I don't think we're going out.
We don't go together?
No, we're going separate vehicles because, well, I go in the van, and the van's not as comfortable as our car, so she goes by car to the sections and spectates. And
so we've got the map up on there, and it looks quite a long route.
Fair length.
Too bad.
I'm trying to sort of figure out in my head the actual route today. It must be the best part of 90 miles, I would have thought.
Yeah.
They don't put it in the programme now. I don't know why, because they used to put it, and it sort of put it into perspective that these bikes aren't really designed for long distance trekking. You know, they're not.
There's no saddle for a start, is
there? Well, that's it. I mean, they're not trail bikes. No, they're not road bikes. They're trials bikes, and they're built for a specific purpose, which is the observed sections. Now, the difference between a one-day trial and the Scottish 6 days trial is the distance between the sections is much, much greater than in a one-day trial. You maybe do, what, 10 miles in a one-day trial in Scotland, roughly, depending on what ground you're on. Some of the longer routes, like when they use Ferme, maybe a little bit more. But in the Scottish, you've got a little bit of road work in between some of the sections and some of the off-road parts of the course. So, you know, starting off at Fort William, going away down into Argyll and coming back again, I've got a feeling it's got to be more than 70 miles anyway, but it's difficult unless I got an old programme out to see what they'd done before and see if it mirrors it. But I think it's between 70 and 90 miles today, I would imagine.
There you go. All exciting stuff indeed. And it is a good day. I mean, the bikes are going to like this. You said they're a bit cold when they started this morning, but it's okay now in it for them, I guess.
Yeah.
Seems to be the chill seems to affect them more.
Yeah, and the bikes are... the majority, if not all of them this year, are water-cooled, or as somebody once described it, water-warming, because it keeps a constant temperature, because it's controlled by a fan and a thermostat and everything for the coolant. It's not water that's in them, it's coolant, like in your car, a bit like antifreeze that's added. So it's a coolant fluid, and once the bike's started and they get up to temperature, they'll be up to temperature roughly by the time they hit the roundabout at the end of the car park here. They'll be coming up to temperature because they raise quite quickly. And then once they get to a certain temperature, the fan cuts in to stop them overheating. and that keeps them right. So that's how it works, basically.
Yep. No, it is. It's yeah, because in my day we never had any sort of radiator on these things at all.
No, well, air-cooled machines were the sort of par for the course. When I rode Scottish 6 Days 1977, it was an air-cooled Voltaco,
Yeah.
so the cylinder fins, that kept the bike cool.
Yeah.
But the temperature varied for the machines because, you know, once they go across the moors and they get some dirt on the fins, you know, your bike was probably running a slightly higher temperature, but they were used to that, and they were set up accordingly. You never set a bike up when it's cold, you set a bike up when it's hit its operating temperature, like most machines. So the water-cooled bikes differ slightly for that because it keeps a constant temperature, and they're able to run closer tolerances from an engineering point of view.
I have a question for you, John.
Yep, go technical.
Obviously, with, say, for example, cars and obviously road bikes, you get different types of engines. You've got your normal engines, you've got V engines, you've got flat engines. Have they integrated any kind of different style of engine for trials?
Well, normally in trials, the favoured layout is well, now it's a water-cooled single-cylinder two-stroke. They've obviously the Monteza 4RT and there was a model of Yamaha were four-stroke machines, and Gas did play about with a side valve four-stroke, which was a high revving machine. So, but most of the bikes here, majority are two-stroke, water-cooled, and now more or less 50% will be fuel injected. Steve Saunders, who will be coming to speak to us this week, the company that he imports, the brand that he imports, TRRS, they're just bringing out an EFI, an electronic fuel injection bike, and the Sherco is moving on to the EFI. The Vertigo came out complete EFI system from start, and previous to that you had the Ossa, which went down when Gas went bust a few years ago and they couldn't get anything out of the factory. That was a water-cooled EFI machine, so it had fuel injection. So fuel injection is obviously a better way of controlling the emissions as well. And we had the Gas technician in last year who predicted that Gas by 2027 would be fully electric. They wouldn't actually be producing an internal combustion engine trials bike. But unfortunately, Gas is part of the KTM group, and they're in severe financial difficulties at the moment. They're just trying to sort that out. The talk was that their indebtedness was 3 billion euros, and there was 100,000 unsold, not just KTMs, but brands that they own, which was KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. There was a load of unsold bikes. So they're trying at the moment to sort out their financial difficulties. They seem to be succeeding at that to a point. But you know, it's a big operation, the KTM group, originally based at Mattighofen in Austria, and you know, at the moment they're trying to refinance. The chief executive has moved on, has been replaced, and they've
big salt out there.
Yeah, big salt. A bit like in America, they file for bankruptcy in a certain way that protects them so that they can sort the problems out rather than just shutting the shop. Yeah. So it's quite important because obviously Gas is a proven brand. They're still selling trials bikes, but it's part of the KTM group. But KTM is sort of all things for all people. They bought so many different brands. They owned MV Agusta as well, which they've now offloaded. But they're still running with the KTM, Husqvarna, Gas brands, and but they have links to CF Moto in China. You know, they produce ATVs and there's distribution channels for that. So it's all very technical. Yeah. You know, it's not just a little company anymore. I mean, I went to Mattighofen when I was a schoolboy.
Did it got too big too quick, or?
No, it steadily grew. I mean, in 1972 I was taking a tour of the factory by the then export manager, Mr. Kalman Che. And he became the right-hand man to Trunkenpolks, who owned the factory, they owned the company. And they made bicycles in the summer and enduro and motocross bikes in the winter. Yeah. And they actually dabbled with, well, didn't dabble, they actually did produce a prototype trials machine back in the 70s, and Walter Luft from Austria rode one, Felix Kranstover from Germany rode another one, and I've actually seen last year on holiday in Austria, I actually saw one of the prototype KTMs in the first European trial museum at Ohlsdorf, and the curator took us round. We had lunch together and we had a great day. I gave him a Trials Guru VIP cap, which he was grateful for, and he wears it all the time. But we saw the KTM, and it was a nice bike, and everybody said, oh, why didn't they continue with that? Simple. The trials market at that time was so many 100 units, whereas motocross and enduro were much, much more. So KTM said they stopped the project, and it was one of the Trunkenpolks, one of the family that was behind the trials project, and he had his own personal bike, and I think that's the one that's in the museum. But anyhow, they stopped the trials project in its tracks to concentrate on motocross, and of course it was John Penton in the USA that really helped KTM breach into the USA market with the Penton brand, which really rebadged KTMs. But KTM had produced an off-road bike before that, but not to the high spec that John Penton had suggested to the KTM factory back in the very early 70s. At that time they were using proprietary motors, the Sachs motor, Fitchel and Sachs. They gave engines to many, many manufacturers, but then eventually, round about 1972, KTM brought out their own engine, and that's when they really started to fly. So, but it started off in the 70s, sort of, you know, modest beginnings, and grew and grew and grew, and of course, you know, with the advent of things like Red Bull and whatnot, all getting involved, and, you know, it all just started to ramp up, and they've even got their own big museum there at Michelin. Somewhere I'd like to see, I haven't seen it, but I was speaking to Roger da Costa, he said, oh yes, John, you must see the KTM museum. So anyway, that's the way it goes. So interesting times.
It is indeed, it is indeed. Talking about times, it's 8 minutes to 10. Is it time for a quick tune?
We can do a quick tune. I mean, when are the guys coming back for chat?
I reckon it'll be about 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So right. I think we straight after 10 o'clock news, that'd work quite well.
All right. Well, if you want, I can run 2 tunes into the news and then be back after 10.
That sounds like a plan. I think we do that. We can sort of get sorted out here a bit. Have a bit of a stretch too, and see what's happening behind us. So there's still lots of things going. The riders are still going. It's got a bit quiet behind us at the moment, to be honest. But there's still at least 100 bikes to go.
Yeah, I noticed you've had a few people in the background giving us a wee wave as well. So if you are,
there's a few youngsters going around the back here waving.
If you are down there,
tell you, Mum.
Give us a wave. Aye, got to be done. You go back and watch yourself on YouTube later on today as well, which is all good.
Can I really?
Yeah, if you want.
Oh God.
I say while I'm here, I may as well do a quick recap. If you do want to get involved, get in touch. You can get us on WhatsApp completely for free. 01397 706 100. You can get us on the same phone number, and that's 01397 706 100. You can email us at the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk. You can find us on the socials at Nevis Radio Official on Facebook, and you can find us on YouTube as well at Nevis Radio Official, where you'll find our live video feed coming up completely for free. There's no charge, no need to sign up. You just click link and watch away. Simple as that.
The only station doing that.
Well, I want no one's daft enough to try in both, but...
And if you are asking for us to catch up with the rider, you've got the rider number as well. That makes life a lot easier for us as well.
Yeah, feel free. You let us know. We'll get that sorted out and see what we can do.
And I guess you could always record something on WhatsApp as well, an actual message.
You can send us a voice note. Yeah, we can play that out. So if you want to even be part of it, we can include you. All you got to do is send us a voice note on WhatsApp.
Go on, just do it. Make this the year you do it. Wherever you're listening from, give your country a name check as well.
Yeah, include that, please do. It's all good.
Any messages there at the moment, or is it a bit quiet?
It's kind of got a bit quiet at the moment. I think people, the figures are watching. People
had the initial rush, and then it sort of settles down a bit, doesn't it?
Settles down a bit. In for the week.
There you go. So what tunes you got lined up?
I've got Mr. Wendell.
Oh, there you go.
And after that, I don't know yet.
God, I still want me Aretha Franklin.
Probably not going to have time, but I'll see what I can do.
Oh, go on then.
tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really. tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
trial.
Baby reindeer, what's all that about? I've got no idea.
It's basically like a big reindeer, but littler.
I've got no idea what that's about.
I don't think they got antlers though, because they get stuck on when they're born.
Oh.
Just saying.
I don't know. All very weird. It is, what, 2.5 minutes past 10. It is Monday, the 5th of May, and it is day one of the Scottish 6-stage trial with Nevis Radio, Michelin tyres, and Gavin Cairns roughcasting.
I believe it's a year.
Are you on? I don't think you're on. Are you on?
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely on.
No. I don't know. I can hear you. Can you hear John?
I think he's muted. Is he muted?
Says he's on. Don't know. Try a different one. Do it. So I couldn't hear you. There you go. Try that one. So that one's. Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, is that me now? Yeah. Well, the one that I did have doesn't seem to be working now. That's a pity, because it's brand new.
Could be batteries. Yeah. Could be batteries.
Maybe. Who knows? But we lost him. He's back though now.
I'm back now.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, so it's day one live.
Yeah, day one. It's hard to believe that it's a year already since we were sitting in this very Parc Fermé, isn't it?
The very Parc Fermé, almost the same spot, because there's a hole down there we drilled last year and it's still there.
Good lad.
So almost in the same spot. Won't believe it. Everybody's looking there for the hole. It's down there, look. See, don't believe me, do you?
There's a hole and people are
That's
looking
where we fixed it
into
to last year.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the Parc Fermé's changed slightly. You've got toilets in it now.
Yeah, it's all changed here in Fort William, I think. Is that for the cruise ships or is it for anybody?
I think it's the Fort William Marine and Shoreline Community Interest Company have put it in there for the cruise ships, I believe. But I don't know that it's there for everybody to use. I don't know how it's working.
I don't know. It seems to be sort of based on sort of porta cabin sort of design.
Yeah.
Takes up a fair area, obviously, but I was asking, and somebody had actually posed the question, why have they put it there and not put it right up against the wall? And I think it's basically to do with the drainage and the sewage systems and the power systems, that they weren't able to get it up against the big wall at the back of the car park. So I was speaking to one of the contractors, and they were explaining about where all the services are in certain spots.
Yeah.
For every sort of installation, they're all designed. And so I presume that that's why it's not up against the back wall out the way, that it's actually in the, what we would describe here when the 6 days come to town as the turning area, as it was at the start.
Well, it's taking that area out. It's a bit tight down there now and again,
because
they put barriers and barricades and stuff like that.
That's right. And but the toilet facilities, WCs, are not fully functional yet. They're not finished. So what they did was the contractors cleared everything away, clearing the place up, so that the Scottish could actually use the car park as the Parc Fermé in the trade village.
But even that must have an add-on to the town losing its car park for the week. I mean, it's got to make a difference. It's a big parking space to lose.
Yeah, well, there are other car spaces available, as you know. That's up the back of the well, near Town Hall Bray. There's a space up there, Viewforth. That's it. I can't remember the word for it, the name for it. And of course they come into play more or less just before the Scottish Harps. Around about the Easter weekend, they become more usable. But this year, obviously, there's even less room in the sort of Scottish 6 Days central area here than there has been previously. But not considerably so. It's just that area where this new installation has been put down. But it's, I wondered what it was when I first came down. Because it didn't make it clear. It was fenced off, and then there was another bit fenced off with a lot of drainage stuff.
Should have phoned me, John. I'd have told you.
Well,
I'll keep you up to date what's going on.
I saw it in the car, and I couldn't slow down too much, being on the road.
You walked back and had a look, didn't you?
I did. I had a wee look, took a couple of pictures. Yeah.
I know.
And of course, people say, "Oh, will the Scottish still go ahead?" Well, I never said it wouldn't. I just said, "Well, look."
You and your socials, Mr. Moffat, you and your socials.
There's always something new going on in towns and cities, isn't there?
Everywhere.
Fort William's no different. No. You come down and you say, oh, that's changed, or that shop's changed, or whatever, and, retail outlets change all the time, and it's just out of curiosity. So there we have it.
Do you know what? I reckon their breakfast must be good, because they're meant to be back at 10:15.
Well, there you go.
They're having a good breakfast, those Michelin boys. That's all I can say.
Can't be bad.
Everybody's run away,
I know.
There's David. We've got David. Oh, no, Robbie's in the van. Robbie's there.
Yeah, he's in there.
They've all run away from us. But it is beautiful down here. Absolutely stunning day. Right, a number I don't know what we're up to. I only heard a bike start up for ages. It's gone very quiet.
Well, it has.
We're at 160-ish.
Hold on, I'll tell you. There's somebody up there now. Oh, there's a helmet.
Go on, codely. Jump it, John.
159 is the
159.
rider leaving just now. 159, it's one of the Bullock twins. I don't know whether it's Dec or Dan or whatever. I can never tell them apart anyway. But he's just 159. He's just left. If I look up the programme,
go on. You've got a whole list there.
There we are, right? 159. That was Brad, not Dec. It's Brad Bullock from Macclesfield Trials Club on his beta. He's just left, so we'll now have 160 on the start podium. Damien Mazet, who's from, says he's from, where is he from? Damien Mazet, from France. Yes, he's a French rider, so that'll be the next rider leaving now. So if you're having a Rice Krispies, now you know who's actually who's leaving the car park or leaving the Parc Fermé.
And riders with L plates on their back, what does that mean?
L plates?
Yeah, there's a rider up there with an L plate. Is that a joke or is that for real?
It could be real because the first time Bill Wilkinson rode this trial, he won it in '69. He was riding on L plates because he had a provisional driving licence for his Greaves.
Huh? There's a rider up there who's got it on his back.
Yeah,
so
well,
maybe, I don't know, somebody, one of his mates are on a wind-up.
It's either that, maybe a wind-up, maybe a first timer, or it could be somebody who's on a provisional licence.
Because what is the age limit to take part in the 6 days?
Well, I think international licences were available from 18 on, but I think it was less than that if the Road Traffic Acts allowed you to ride in your own country, so it's slightly different. But the fact is, you've got to, if you've got a certain grade of driver's licence for a motorcycle, you might find you're restricted to a 125, and that has happened in the past because you're not allowed to ride.
Let's ride a 178. The rider with the plates on his back anyway.
Let's see.
Name and shame him.
178. Arundel, Scotland. Whoa, he's on a 125 TRRS, so he could be on a provisional or a licence that's befitting that type of bike, because you have to go through different tests now. When I started riding bikes, it was one test that was it, and the next day you could go out and buy a 750.
Yes, you'd be on L plates on a 50cc.
Yeah. So now they're all restricted to different sizes. But what I did was when I was 16, I took out a provisional moped licence, passed the test. So I had a full moped licence for a year before I had a motorcycle licence. So I got a provisional again, sat it within a month on my bull tackle, passed it, and then the next stage was getting the car licence so I could take myself to trials. So then you got the car licence.
Very good.
Changed days now, though. It's all to do with safety in it. I suppose in a way it's a good thing, because a youngster at 17 passing a test on a bike that's maybe say 250 and then going out and buying yourself a 754 Honda wasn't perhaps a good idea.
No.
So anyway,
it didn't make a lot of sense, to be honest.
No, it didn't. And they changed the laws many years ago now, and you've got to go through this CBT and everything now to get your licence. Yeah.
Well, you get reliant Robin if you don't need to go for the 2-wheels, go for a 3-wheel.
Well,
that's
licence. True. Yeah.
They were the days.
Different.
So back at the studio, we might do some catching up. We've got to do that.
Well, we've got some weather to do, but I'm just looking for a tune. What do you want to play for a tune after the weather?
You can choose. You haven't chosen one yet, have you, really?
Have I not? I don't really know.
Make it a good one.
No pressure. I'm not good at that, believe it or not.
So you put them on a spot.
I tell you what, we'll play Pink Panther S off our list.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean? Oh, okay.
No, it's fine. You doing the weather first?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm frantically trying to prep all this.
Oh.
I know I should do this when you're talking, but you know.
Yeah, well, that's why we sort of try and give you plenty of time, you know. And
is that what it is?
In between your munching and your drinking, we've been watching. It's been a lovely sight, I can tell you.
Good. Well, you know, someone's got to do it. Right, here you go.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
It's going to be a chilly start, but then getting warmer. Most parts are going to have dry, sunny spells and getting up to a maximum of 13 degrees centigrade, they're saying, across the area. However, tonight it's going to be quite cold with clear spells. Cloudy over the Isles, but dropping down to -1 degree centigrade.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it. World time has come to.
A million things I can say, but baby, I'll wait some more. And how many hours can we stay up? You can ruin my makeup. Guess it's fine. You could even ruin my life. I look at you and I wonder why it's so complicated. You're talking out to a crowd of people you thought you hated. Anticipation makes me feel like throwing up. But tonight, can you get ready? What's going on? You wanna sex me? Come talk to me. Come on. You wanna sex me? Come talk to me. Come on. You wanna sex me? Come talk to me. Come on. You wanna sex me? Come talk to me. Come on. Talk later. That's why I'm going tonight. You have some fire. That's why I'm going. Talk later. That's why I'm going tonight. Some fire. That's why I'm going. That's why I'm going.
Motorcycle tyre you need. They stock orders from brands including Michelin, Bridgestone, Dunlop, Metzeler and Pirelli. Order at untitled.co.uk. They will shop anywhere in the UK or in fact anywhere in the world. Because when questions or need advice on the right tyres, just contact your tyres team on 07 05 or drop them an email. At untitled.co.uk. Direction. We
Be honest. Morrison Plumbers are on hand to fix all those DIY plumbing adventures, as well as resolve heating system problems. Fully qualified, licensed and insured for all types of plumbing and heating maintenance and emergencies, covering all trades.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting...
Is day one of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day one indeed. We've actually got breakfast. I can't believe it. I'm going to pass the microphone over there. Where are we actually going to? We're going to go over there. We're going to stay here. What are we doing?
I think we'll go in front of the banner. I think
Are we
that would be a
moving?
good idea, and then we'll see what's what.
Ooh. So we sandwich them. Shall we have a Michelin sandwich?
A Michelin sandwich.
A Michelin sandwich. It's done happen very often, does it?
Boy lad, or something like that. Keeping the Michelin logo to the fore, of course, and. Yeah, we've got these little
gone wide angle now
radios that we listen into the radio, and sometimes they interfere with each other. So there we go. So if I suddenly take stuff out of me, you know what's happened. We've got with us today Tony, your second name again?
Yeah, Tony Charlton.
Tony Charlton. Stuart Dozey, who's been around for about 100 years himself now. 102 years. And these are our representatives from Michelin who are kindly sponsoring the outside broadcasting here at Nevis Radio, and they have done for several years now. I wouldn't like to say how many years you've been doing it, but it's really been quite good to have you here, because you're able to give some technical spec as well, and that's what your job is, I think, Tony.
It is. I'm technical manager for two-wheel products. That's motorcycle, cycle for Michelin. Yeah, I've been with the company 37 years, so I've picked up a bit of knowledge on my way.
Yeah, and of course Michelin are not just trials tyres manufacturer. They manufacture just about every kind of conceivable tyre you want to buy. It must be quite a challenge for a big company even to look after so many different styles of tyres, and of course you've now got these tyres that you can put your hand through, can't you? What is it called, a tweel or something?
Yeah, the tweel, yeah, an airless tyre. So yeah, the biggest problem with a pneumatic tyre is the possibility of a puncture. So if we can eliminate that, then great step forward. Yeah. They're currently working on low stress sort of areas at the moment, some sort of mowing machines and fairly light sort of off-road duties like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can see a future where we don't have to pressurise the tyres.
Now, with tyres themselves, I remember when I was a kid, there was a tyre that Michelin did called Michelin X, and it was a tyre that seemed to last forever. It never seemed to wear down. But in those days, they were known for not having such good grip in the wet as other brands. And then through the years, and people, oh no, Michelin are not like that now. They've got really grippy tyres. And of course, you've got OEM spec, which is the manufacturer's spec, and then you've got the replacement spec, maybe different compounds altogether. There's so much technology goes into a tyre. I don't think people know that.
No, there's a lot in it. When we produce tyres for the OE market, original equipment market, we try whenever possible to obviously please the manufacturer and give them exactly what they want out of a tyre, but at the same time we want the replacement market to be able to fit that exact same tyre again.
Yeah.
So we tend not to do original equipment one-offs. Yeah, whenever possible really. Sometimes it's a demand of the manufacturer, but in that case we still tend to produce the tyres thereafter, so you can keep that performance going.
Now, I remember when the Michelin really came to the fore back in the early 80s now, and it was the Michelin Trial X1, I think it was called. Is that the original one? You had a summer compound and a winter compound.
Yeah.
And I think it was the winter compound that we used in Scotland because of the temperature. The summer compound was more for riders in Spain and places like that, wasn't it?
Absolutely that, yes. Yes, it was, broadly speaking, summer and winter, but yeah, a UK summer is broadly like a Spanish winter. So yeah, for us, really, the winter was the only one to choose.
But that changed trials, didn't it? Because the sticky Michelin, it was called, to everybody, that really changed the way that riders were riding. I mean, I think it was Yuri Vestorina in 1980 got a pair of tyres that were specials, and he said, yeah, I'm having them. And of course, he won the Scottish 6 Days trial. I'm sure it was Michelin that was providing them.
Yeah, a lot of our development of tyres is through racing or competition. You know, we'll be prototyping all the time anyway, whether that tyre actually comes to market or not. We're always trying to innovate, always trying to improve, and doing it with the best riders in the toughest conditions who expect the most from a tyre. You really learn a lot. You know, like you were saying before, we've got such a broad spectrum of tyres out there, from earth mover to agricultural to motorcycle to bicycle, and everything in between. It may sound complex, but it's a major advantage, because what we pick up in one area, you know, World Rally Championships and so on the cars, well, that led to the development of sipes in tyres, which gives wet weather grip on a normal car road tyre, and even on motorcycles now we're using that technology. Tyres are black and round. they're very different in what their demands are, and so what we produce is different. But broadly speaking, an awful lot of what we know is transferable across all the different tyre types.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking for wet weather grip, longevity, it's an amalgamation of all that experience, you know, that comes together, allows us to give what are two opposite sides of the performance coin, and give them both at the same time.
John, can I ask a question? I'll relay it to you because I know the guys can't hear me.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough last year to have a look at their facilities at the MotoGP about how the prototype tyres are used. How long does it take from like motorsport to road? What's the kind of time frame of that?
Simon's asking what's the time scale between development to actually a tyre going on the road, like from maybe say MotoGP to using that development to produce tyres for say road bike motorcycles.
I mean, some of it's very quick. Some of it can be sort of 12 months down the line. If we're talking something we picked up on compound technology, which really is just it's chemistry, but on an industrial scale to get that into production. But you know, if we develop something, we go, well, that's a no-brainer. We'll just apply that to all our compounds from now on.
Yeah.
Then we can do it from now on. So we don't necessarily need to bring out a brand new tyre to make a change or an improvement. Good. Sometimes we'll just drip that in as we go.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Now, obviously, we're driving on the road in Scotland. We don't get as much as we used to, but snow, they have winter tyres, you know, and they've got is it a high silicon content or something? There's something to do with the compound in the winter that gives you more grip and more control of a car than say a tyre that's more used to being used in the summer months. You have these winter tyres and summer tyres now, don't you?
Yeah. That's led to developments in the compounds, as you say, and using a silica base instead of a carbon black base. Well, it's environmentally it's a better thing,
right.
But also, the advantage of that is the tyres don't need to get to the same temperatures to work as effectively. So in other words, they work more effectively when they're cold than the older tyre types do. But interestingly, that silica compounds we first started using in circuit racing wets, because they give fantastic wet grip as well.
Right.
That's another bonus from them. They're also really low rolling resistance, so we quite quickly took that from the racetrack into the truck world originally, making low rolling resistance tyres, so saving on fuel bills. The fuel bill's your single biggest cost as a whole year.
And of course now with electric vehicles, that's even more important, isn't it?
Different thing altogether. I believe that the newer electric and hybrid vehicles, there's more torque going through, and they're telling people, look, change 2 tyres at a time. You know, if one wears one side, you're better just changing the 2 tyres and having them right, and the right type of tyre as well.
Well, to be fair now, we're actually, all of the tyres, car tyres that we produce are all EV friendly, if you like.
Right,
Initially we were building tyres specifically for EVs, but now that technology is such that every tyre that we produce, you can run on an EV because they've all got low rolling resistance.
Right.
They can take the heavier weight that you have with these. And you're right, the torque, it's the way that the power transmits through the tyres.
It's always available with an EV. You've got maximum torque, but it's not at any particular rev point. You know, normally we'd pull off in the car and the revs build, and then we get into the power and the torque. On an EV, it's there straight away.
Yeah, because I'm now in my second car that's a plug-in hybrid, and obviously it's got a big battery in it, and you plug it in at night and you get 35 miles and all the rest of it. But it was when I was looking at all the sort of towing weights and things like that, not that I was planning towing anything, but just all the weights of the car, I thought, this is considerably heavier than the first couple of cars I had. I've gone from a Ford Kuga to a Ford Kuga. It's now the 4th Ford Kuga, but the last 2, well, this one and the last one were EVs. They were plug-in hybrids, and I noticed there was a difference with them. And not only that, of course, you've got these sport modes as well, which kick in, and you can almost feel the car squatting down, and then it sort of growls. So I don't know what technology's in there, but it definitely changes the way the car handles, the way the car steers, and the acceleration is really mind-boggling. I mean, when I test drove the first one before I got the last car I had, and I said, what's in this? And they started talking about a 48-volt motor and all that stuff. And no. I says, there's a petrol bit of it. Oh, it's 2.5 litre and it's 244 brake. And I'm going, right, I'll have one of these before they stop making them. So that was it. But I could tell, and then the more I looked into it about the tyres, I thought, oh, this is a different ball game. But as you say, things move on. And,
yeah, absolutely. And
quickly.
What we found when we were looking at EVs in particular and designing the tyres to cope with those forces, the benefits we were getting with the low rolling resistance, as Stuart said, and well, that translates just as well to a petrol car or a diesel car, because the less fuel you're using to push the vehicle along, the better, whatever kind of fuel that is, whether that's coming from a battery or from a tank.
That's right, yeah. So with the Scottish 6 days trial, it's still a proven ground, I would imagine, for tyres for you. You want to know if there's any problems during the week. I think you do a sort of count.
Yeah, we do the survey on a Sunday.
Yeah.
We go around every single motorcycle. We check the brand of motorcycle. We check what tyres are on it. See what our market share is, if you like.
Of course.
It's probably the only event we can do. I think the only other event where we can do similar is the Welsh 2 Day, because it's the only time when you've got all of the bikes
in one place.
Like
a Parc
you go to a normal event, they're coming out of the pit straight to the start line or whatever. Right. It's so difficult to do, but this one, it's great.
I never actually thought about that, and you're right. The
and say Tony's been coming up for years, but nobody sort of notices him. He's always in the background, just doing his job.
Yeah.
And it's us that are front and centre. But yeah,
it's interesting. I did the pre-65 trial, the tyre centres down there a couple of years ago. And yeah, we don't have the Parc Fermé with all the bikes nicely lined up for me.
That's right.
So yeah, I spent my time at the start line and then just trying to capture every bike as they were going.
Well, we did it at the Scott trial, didn't we?
We did exactly the same there.
Yeah. But I got lucky because I went to the scrutineering bit inside the tent because it was absolutely freezing, wasn't it? By the time Tony turned up, there was only 6 left to do. And that's typical of Tony. His nickname's Blisters.
All right.
Yeah, because they turn up after all the hard work's done.
There you go. Nice one. Yeah.
Proper planning prevents having to work too hard.
You mentioned the pre-65, they sort of changed the rules now because they're allowing tubeless tyres on now, I believe, because there are brands available that do tubes, but not the sort of long-established brands, let's say, such as Michelin. And the Michelin tube type X11, it would be the last one they made. That's been out of production now for quite a few years. 10?
Yeah, I've been with the company 10 years this year, and it's never been in our portfolio when I joined the company. So yeah. And that was the tyre that everybody preferred. I must admit, was the Michelin tube type, and it sort of changed it for that type of bike, because technically, if you wanted to make it exact, they didn't have tubeless tyres back in the day, really. Well, they did, but they were very, very much a car tyre. I mean, I remember people putting tubes in car tyres. You know, if you had a problem with a rim or an old Morris 1000, they would stick a tube in it. Yeah, but you'd have cross-ply tyres back then as well.
That's right. That's what they were.
Which don't exist now, really, do they?
They don't.
In our world.
They don't. They're all radial, so it's all moved on.
The problem we had back then was trying to run it at a suitably low pressure to get you that big footprint and all that grip.
That's right.
And try and keep the tyre on the rim at the same time.
Yeah. So
yeah, the move to tubeless wheels, wheel rims, and so tubeless tyres was a big benefit for people. You know, we don't. You can still get a puncture, of course, but we don't get the amount of punctures we used to see with tubes.
No, we were just saying that, you know, that's how the Scottish changed with the marking of the bikes. They used to mark so many components, including the rims and the hubs. Whereas when the tubeless came on the go, there was tyre fitting services in the car park here in the Parc Fermé, because you're using high pressure, a compressor to blow it onto the rim, and so on and so forth. So from a health and safety point of view, these were all taken away and fitted professionally at the time.
Absolutely, because I remember, obviously, previous existence, we used to do the tyre service here, and they said, they're going to have to fit them themselves, and we said no, they haven't got the insurance to come and use our equipment.
That's right.
So we have to do it, and that was one of the reasons why they changed. And I think for the good. I mean, if you go back to the good old days, right, you used to ride your bike to work all week, and then at the weekend you'd do a trial on it.
That's right.
These are so specialists for what they are, you can't have the same rules.
Yeah.
You've got to move on with the
That's
time.
the way. That's the way of the animal. It has to evolve to that extent, and it was a good thing, because then you were getting the performance out of the tyre, and you weren't having people all over the place trying to fit their own tyres, and it was all taken care of. But you've got to know what you're doing, and it is quite spectacular when a tyre puts itself onto the rim, because it goes off with quite a bang. Everybody thinks a bomb going off, but it's actually the way it's done. You know, it's the way to, and then it's that air pressure that keeps the whole thing together at the end of the day.
To be honest, most people, if they've got a little airline in the back of working off a little Jenny or something, they can't get enough air quickly enough to pop it on.
Yeah, that's right. That's the mistake.
You need to have the big air tank, don't you?
To go in quickly.
Absolutely.
You can't do it slowly and blow it up like a tube.
No, but if you go, I mean, I'm old enough as well to remember when there were no radial tyres, and it was all cross-ply and it was all tube tyre.
Yeah.
So you used to be able to fit them almost in your kitchen. Get a couple of spoons, get a foot pump, you could blow it up. You can't do that with modern tyres now. You've got to have the equipment.
Yeah, that's right. It's very, very much different. So what are you going to do this week? Are you up for a long time? Are you up doing other work, or what's your plans?
No, we'll go back tomorrow.
Right.
We're going to go out this afternoon. I've got our boss is here, or my boss is here.
Yeah,
First time he's been up, so we're going to take him up to Lagnaha this afternoon. He thinks the weather's like this all the time. He thinks when we go back and go...
think that.
He thinks that when we go back and go, oh, it was cold, it was this, he's going... You're just saying that, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, it's nice just now. Let's keep it that way a moment.
Well, the sun shines on the righteous, John.
Well, it does. You've said that before, Stuart.
Or the devil looks after his own. I'm not quite sure would apply.
So, John, where's John Weller? I'd like to bring John in, because obviously it's...
I'm hiding in the background, me.
Well, it's sponsorship of the radio station, isn't it, that makes the wheels go round here at the Scottish 6 Days, and it's really important that we have, you know, Michelin, and now we've got Gavin Cairns on board that help us a little bit financially to make this work, because it is a community radio station, you know, serving Lochaber and beyond, and it's going down to Oban soon, I believe.
Yeah.
We're working on it.
Coverage is going to be better for next year, and not only that, what I noticed the other few days I've been going down the road there, that the coverage down in Kinlochleven is much more improved now, which is brilliant, because people listen to the radio down there now. So it's only a matter of time before maybe the radio station, you know, it's picked up for the pre-65 perhaps, just to promote that event. But it's really, as I say, it's important that this connection goes forward, and I know that Si up at the radio station has been down as a guest of Michelin. That's all taken part this year. So it's been a total win-win all round. It doesn't affect me, because I'm a guest presenter, so I come here anyway as for a holiday and spout a lot of stuff here. But, you know, I've got to know you over the years, and I've seen you at the Scot and things like that, and it's like old friends meeting up.
Absolutely.
But it's all this connection within the sport that can only do good at the end of the day.
You're right, and to be fair, right, we love the sport.
Yeah.
But when you go and you talk to people, go, oh yeah, I'm going up to Fort William. Oh, what are you going up there for? Scottish 6 Day trial. Well, what's that? And then you go, and then they go, and how long's it on for? I think the Scottish 6 Day trial kind of explains it.
Kind of does it, yeah.
It's almost like one of the best kept secrets, and in some respects, you want it to be, don't you?
Yeah,
in a way. If you get too many people, then it kind of loses it. But the fact that Nevis Radio goes out on the internet, so around the world, people are listening to it, I think it's brilliant.
We've got them in Australia at the moment listening.
Perfect.
So it's great, isn't it?
What time will that be over there now?
I don't know.
About 5 hours, 7 hours difference.
Crazy.
Yeah, 7 or 8 hours.
We're working on the space station. That's the next one.
Well, funny enough, you're on about tyres. We're actually developing tyres for the next lunar.
Oh wow! Yeah. So we could be involved in that then.
Well, you never know.
I suggest a couple of twheels on it just to try it.
Well, they are sort of a version of that, aren't they?
Exactly that.
Yeah.
And again, it's another example of the pushing the boundaries, how that...
Well, when it goes on the video link, the YouTube later, because of the restrictions with licensing and things to do with records and copyright and that, the Michelin adverts tend to cover that when the tune's on. So people go, oh, they cut the tunes off, why do they do that? And that's why it's done. Yeah. And they're using the Michelin adverts and a few other ones to cover that time where the music's actually playing, which isn't allowed or couldn't be allowed on the YouTube. It's a funny sort of setup, but it's the way we've got to do it. So Michelin getting the coverage, you know, globally on that, and people pick it up later at night. They watch it and they sort of.
Well, I normally go back home and I start going back and looking at like.
Yeah, you go back to 6 days.
Go and look at me and see how
beautiful you were,
and how the camera puts stones on me.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm lucky. Don't worry me. I've always been lucky that way.
Yeah, that's it.
But no, so I'm behind those sides back there, and he's been working very closely with us. That is appreciated from us all at Nevis Radio, because it does make a big difference, and it gives, I suppose, a bit of faith in what we are trying to achieve here as well. That you're happy to sort of sponsor
absolutely.
us.
I mean, remember the first year that you started doing it, it was like, that's fantastic. You know, getting it to a wider audience. I think it's great.
Yeah. And as everyone does come in, so we try and expand and make it better every year. That's what we try and do.
Well, you can see that.
It doesn't go on our wages, does it, Si? Yeah. Well, you might go on yours.
It doesn't go on mine.
He's all right. Yeah, no,
I still want to go and see Si do a gig somewhere.
Do you?
Yeah, because he plays the kind of music I like.
So. Have you been to our studios yet? Go to our studios.
He did say that he would give us a tour, so we might be popping there.
Welcome up here today.
He does something else in there, so he needs to talk to somebody.
He wants you up there. He just said that.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome. Yeah. So we'll
pop up there.
You'll be so impressed.
Yeah.
No, you will be. Where it all happens.
That was a pregnant pause there. Did you hear that?
I didn't like that pause. But no, guys, I say it's appreciating. It's just great having you here.
No,
it's great to be here.
Listen, we like to be here, don't we?
So next year then, booked again, 2026.
Yeah, we'll be back. Whether it'll be me, it certainly won't be you, Tony, because you're
retiring.
This month.
Yeah. Hard to believe.
Happy retirement to Tony.
No.
Who's going to count the tyres?
Well, it'll probably be me. Or you might come back and volunteer for a weekend.
Oh, you could volunteer.
Well, I'm going to come back anyway.
Busman's holiday.
Yeah,
because I've come up through I've developed a love for it. Through it. So yeah, it won't be the last you see of me.
Yeah, I mean,
just
to be fair,
the last with this hat on.
but to be fair, Mark, this is his first time up here, and he made a comment yesterday. He said, "It's just so welcoming."
Yeah.
That you go and talk to everybody, and they're just so nice to talk to. And I said, "Yeah, that's what Trials is like."
That's what Trials is about. Yeah.
What was it? Somebody said it's mum friendly.
Yeah. It's a very mother-friendly motorsport.
Mother-friendly motorsport.
Yeah. I suppose
you mentioned dance music, then come give Si a tune to play. We might have on our system a band or an artist.
Has he got the Shapeshifters, Lawless thing?
Yeah, we got that on there.
We've definitely got that on here.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Man's a connoisseur.
For all the Michelin team, come on, let's play
it. Not just red wine he drinks, he drinks music as well.
Bear with me.
Shapeshifters, don't put the spelling wrong.
Yeah, well, I forgot the apostrophe, you see. There's an apostrophe in Lawless.
On fire.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one?
Okay, right.
All right, well, it's 22:11. We're on till 11 o'clock.
Well, I tell you what, since you got the guys out, do you want to get Stuart to announce it and I'll play it?
You're going to announce the song, coming in your best DJ voice.
Yeah. Come on now. You can do it.
No. I was thinking of that Peter Kay when he did Charlie FM, but I can't use that.
Don't do that.
Come on, here you go.
Okay, so this is the Shapeshifters Lawless theme.
tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground, and when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal, really.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so maybe you do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out.
Dan Smith, that's hello, Dan.
Hello, John.
How are you?
Oh, I'm 1 second, sorry. I'm living the dream.
Nice and warm in here.
It is. It was a bit cold this morning. It's like a fridge.
You're in shorts, though, man.
Yeah, I'm always in shorts.
There you go. So that is Dan. He's Danny the man. What have you got a technical term? Technical vision operator?
He's the director for this week.
Oh, I'm going to shut the door on that. Go away. Bye-bye. There you go. We lost him. We've not got no directorship now. We got rid of that. But yeah, we're into the last part of the show. Last, 14 minutes. Where's he gone, Si?
Where's who gone what?
It's gone very quick.
This morning?
Yeah.
It might have gone quick for you, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes.
You don't do nothing there. You sit down. No, what it drags for you, just drink, pop and sweets all day.
Someone's got to do that part. But, we've actually got full communication between myself and Dan this year, which has proven to be quite useful.
Yeah, I see you eating your food and drinking your food. It's not pretty.
Well, these must. But hopefully it's kind of paying dividends in the output, because we can kind of coordinate things and synchronise stuff now.
It's good chatting to the Michelin guys, though, and what they've sort of put into it. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's great. Just very pleased to be partner with them, really.
So you are listening there, you sort of think, actually, I wouldn't mind getting involved with that. Get in contact with you at the studio there, isn't it, really?
Yeah, pretty much. I think we'll try and get them up here for a wee look about, see what else we do.
Yep.
You may have saw it earlier on, we had David Sedgwick on camera as well.
Yep.
This is one of the things we've been working on after... Over the years, you go, oh, Simon's up at the studio, and people go, who is this guy? Because you never actually see the studio. So we've now got it working so you can actually see the studio.
Yes.
Hopefully Dan can press the buttons.
I'm not sure it's yours or not. It's all right, John's drinking tea, but I don't know if it's his cup of tea or my cup of tea.
Why don't you show that, rather than me drinking juice?
We're not allowed to.
Not allowed
black
to.
tea. If it's black tea, it's mine.
Fair enough.
That's yours.
So yeah, we've got a couple of live links sorted out for that.
Oh, there he is, look.
Which is all good fun.
What's that you watched on TV? How to bake a cake?
How to bake a cake?
That's what it looks like.
Oh, that?
Yeah.
No, that's just Facebook. That's just Facebook pictures.
Oh, right, okay.
Social media, that's what we got. You see, I've got social media here. I've got emails there. I've got live feed down there, because I know you can kind of see what's going on here.
Yeah.
I've got camera there, and all the music is up there.
Oh, are you in heaven?
Yeah.
You've
well,
got your name on screen now.
His name on.
You
Look.
spelt it wrong, but never mind, you're an E missing.
Oh, no.
Well.
Spelt his own name wrong.
it's near enough. No, I'm not spelling it.
God's sakes.
I've had plenty of practice. I can spell my name.
Maybe, I've seen you typing.
Well.
What spell check do you use on your phone? How's it come up with those words?
Right, now, that's a whole different ballgame. I've got a folding phone, right? And the front screen on it is too narrow to type properly, and the inside screen is too wide to type properly. So you're stuck with this whatever comes out
But
of
the words you come out with, and I'm trying to decipher them, I can't even guess.
Nah, that's half the fun. You've got to guess.
Yeah, all right. But we are down here each and every weekday morning, and even on Saturday we'll be down here until the very last rider goes, which is normally 12:30ish, 1 o'clock, something like that.
Yep.
Is the way it works. So do come down and see us.
Yeah, come down. Obviously, you got the barrier there, so you can stand behind you and have a wee wave. Be
Yeah,
be
Mika
on
was
camera.
there just now that you passed Secretary.
This can't be a programme down already. The first day past on Nevis
You're
Radio.
down to the last, what, 12 minutes?
2 minutes or something.
12 minutes.
12 minutes, sorry, yeah, I can't count.
Should have gone to the other glasses company.
Yeah, so yeah, it's all got. And I noticed our other sponsor, Gavin Cairns, has just appeared in the Parc Fermé now.
All right.
So he's wandering about because he's a later number. He's in the sort of 250 range.
That's
round
him
about
there, is he
that.
not? It's behind
yeah,
us
there's
now.
a whole lot of Inverness guys are all sort of grouped together.
That's
so
on there
some of them
somewhere.
are in now. They're
Get
all
a chat with him
taking
later in the
selfies.
week, is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got to still discuss breakfast. Subtly. But if you're watching us on the YouTube, you can see some bikes and that riders out there. We're now going out. 204-ish, 205-ish we're up to at the moment.
Yeah, I think we're on that just now. I think it'll be 207, I think, is the bike that's going out next. So if you're looking to come down to see people, number 207 is just... Sorry, 201. 201 is just about to leave in about 30 seconds' time, I reckon.
There you go. So that's what's happening here. And we'll be doing it all again tomorrow morning from 8 o'clock. And we've got Bernie Schreiber on.
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock, sorry, 7 o'clock. Bernie Schreiber on
Oh, I thought I was having a lie in tomorrow.
You
Yeah,
did,
Bernie
this morning.
Schreiber's coming on tomorrow.
I'm not going to mention it again, you're
around
late.
about, 10:30 tomorrow. And then
Live from
Wednesday,
Austria.
we're going to start, have an interview, hopefully on the air, with Patrick Comerford, one of the family of the Comerfords of Thames Ditton in Surrey. Who were at one time a sponsor of the Scottish 6 Days Trial, and in 1974 they actually produced the programme for them when there was a paper shortage, would you believe, in
I do believe it.
1974. So we've got Bernie tomorrow and Patrick Comerford on Wednesday, and in between that we're going to try and catch the two media people, online media. It's Danny Butler, who's well known in the cycle trials world, and Stu Day, who's got Trials Day, who does training and instruction, and I think he actually did some training with Guy Martin before he undertook the pre-65 at the weekend. So yeah,
I need to double check and have a chat with a few folk down there as well. We should have some bikes with you throughout the week.
Yes, that's right.
I think we were due to have one sort of today, but I think it kind of went by the wayside with a lot of other things going on. So yeah, we'll get that teed up, and you can probably have some bikes to have a look at.
We
as well.
may have an exclusive.
I believe we
by
will
one of
have
the
a
manufacturers.
world exclusive tomorrow.
Oh, good.
So
We'll
we'll
stay
keep that
tuned
under
for
wraps
that.
till we get that one sorted out. But there's a first time ever shown on TV, if anything.
Brilliant.
You've discussed. Exciting.
Good.
But yeah, so that's what is happening. And I say, if you want to get in contact, you just don't have to get in contact while the show's on. Leave us a message, it will get picked up ready for the morning. If you're sort of looking at us on catch up, drop us a message on WhatsApp. They can get picked up. We can talk about it the following day, which will be Tuesday.
Indeed you can. And that number, if you want to get us on WhatsApp, is 01397 706 100. You can phone the studio on the same number. That's 01397 706 100. Email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or you can get us on social media. Just look for Nevis Radio Official on Facebook, or look for Nevis Radio or Nevis Radio Official on our YouTube channel. Give it a like and a subscribe, and then it'll tell you when we're live every day.
Well, I'm going to let Dan know we're just going to have a very last quick recap of the course today, so you can get that queued up.
Okay.
And then come back to us with sort of say our farewells and play a tune up to the news.
That sounds like a plan.
So here is your route for Monday.
Yeah, Monday the 5th of May, the first day of the Scottish 6-Day Trial 2025. First group of sections not accessible at Schleich. Also, Uppermoor, so that was 4 sections underway in Groups A and B. First riders at Uppermoor 8:10. Chocolini on the south side of Kinlochleven, on the road out of Kinlochleven. Chocolini, 2 sections there. First rider there at 8:40 this morning, that's accessible. As is Cameron Hill, 2 subsections there. First rider was there at 5 to 9. Clachaig, a bit further down the road. 9:10 was the first rider there, 2 sections there. Then they have 5 sections covering areas where you're not really able to go. Is Abodiach and Meal Nantarb. Then up to Appin in Argyllshire, 3 sections at Big Dars Burn. So the first rider will be there at 11:45. So you've got a bit of time there. You'll be able to get down there, see the trial. Glen Stockdale is also accessible. There's 2 sections there. First rider there at 12:10. Over at the Glen Muckrach, that's not really accessible to the public, but Bialach is 3 sections, Group K, at 1:15, and then up to the old favourite at Lagnaha Farm near Kintallan, where there's 3 sections on the hillside. First riders there at 20 to 2 this afternoon, so that's where I'll be making for.
The old favourite?
Old favourite. It's been in a long, long time, the Kintallan section. Originally they were called Kintallan, and then they changed it. Jim Worthington, who was the then owner of the Lagnaha Farm, insisted that because they were using his ground that they called the sections after his farm Lagnaha. So it's become Lagnaha from sort of round about, I think it was the mid-80s, I think they changed the name of it.
So much history, you know it all, don't you?
I'll be honest, see if that was me, I would change my farm name at that point to Simon's Amazing Bike Run.
Ah, well there you go.
So
then.
You could just have it on the title, Simon's Amazing Bike
What we
Run.
haven't done yet.
What?
Oh, I haven't changed caps today yet. No, we'll do that tomorrow.
We're going to do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow, shall we?
Yeah, I think we'll do it tomorrow.
Oh.
Special blue, the Nevis Radio Blues. That's a VIP cap.
Have a Guru 5 minutes with the hat
Can't buy
on.
them.
Yeah. I know you can't.
No.
Even though you got rid of them all.
I've not got rid of it. Well, I've actually just about to order a new batch of the red VIP ones because they've been so popular. But they've been given out all over the world, and there's a special section on the website, the VIP Club, that if you get a cap, you send me the picture back, and you become the VIP and online. And it's just a little bit of a tribute to those people that put in all the time to organise trials. So you've got world champions, you've got 6 days winners, you've got Scott trial winners, you've got different types of caps for different types of people, but basically it's all in the sport, in the spirit of the sport, and as the logo says, dedicated to trial. And that's what it's all about. People who go out every weekend observing, people who lay out trials, people who organise trials, and connected with the sport. That's what it's all about.
Well, so Rennie, you got a tune for about 4 minutes in a minute.
Yes, I do. Anything specific you're looking for?
Nope, I do not mind. But yeah, before I always run out of time, I never thank the team down here. So I'll start with Dan, who's the technical operator, or is he director, whatever he is?
He's the vision director this year.
We've got Robbie, who's been out on the camera a lot. We've got Jack, who's been doing camera work. We've got David down here as well. Woo! See, name checks. I'm going to give my grandson a quick shout. Jacob's down here. He always tries to get down on this bank holiday Monday when he can.
Of course, it's a holiday today.
It is a holiday, and he's got his hat signed by Mr. Moffat himself.
Yep. Special request.
And of course you, Mr. Moffat, will be doing it all again same time tomorrow.
Same time tomorrow, and we'll hopefully have a wee quiz or something, because I've got 2 of these special blue caps.
Do you want to come up with a question?
I'm trying to think of a question, actually.
Okay, well, you got the rest of the day.
Yeah, well, I'll think about it overnight. Yeah.
And so do catch us up on all the catch-up services you can, and YouTube will be there right through until eternity now, I guess.
That's the plan. Hopefully.
And Si, you'll be back with us tomorrow as well, same time.
Yeah, hopefully I'll have a better voice tomorrow. That'll be nice.
Oh, I don't mind. I quite like the husky.
Well, you've got 9 seconds.
That's another name of a bike, isn't it? The old Huskies.
Husqvarna.
Husqvarna.
Back tomorrow. I'm going to leave you with some milk and sugar. and John Paul.
Tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground, and when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres